actually provided members with an extra explaining the changes they had made to the strategic plan and the targets. So I'm not going to emphasize anything there, but Kashfa will raise it when she does her presentation. Then going straight into the finances, I think of any entity within government, the NYDA is probably the largest budget by far. So the initial transfer from the department was just over 483 million. And they got an additional 250 million for the Presidential Youth Employment Fund, which meant the total transfer from the department alone was 733 million.
Wow.
Then in addition to that, they also have interest income of 60 million plus donor income of just over 112 million, which meant their total budget for this financial year is 867 million rand. So I think over the past year or two, this is not something that's particularly new for members, because we know that with the Presidential Youth Fund, they've gotten a massive cash injection. But just something that I noted toward the end of my paper, this is the last year they're going to be receiving this money. So we need to know in terms of, is this going to be a massive gap for them to fill? How going forward, is there a need for us to possibly motivate for more money if the presidential youth intervention was actually successful? But that's for members to actually investigate. And in terms of the programmatic breakdown, most of the funds, as we would know, would go to the National Youth Service, and that's also because of the cash injection that they received. And then that's followed by employee costs and economic participation. I know whenever we do our presentations, we harp on employee costs, but the NYDA has provided members with a detailed explanation in terms of the employee costs, and they are going to present on that today. So I feel that in terms of the analysis, I'm satisfied with the explanations they give. They tell you about the percentages they've increased by, they tell you why the employee costs are is the amount that it is. So they've given us a detailed explanation in terms of the budget, in terms of employee costs. I'm not going to go through the programs. Again, it's the same programs as always been, the three programs, which is administration, program design, development, and delivery, and then finally the integrated youth development. That stayed the same. There's nothing new there. Then in terms of targets, members will notice some targets have been removed, and there has been, in terms of program one, there's been quite a few new additions. I know when Kashfa presents, she's going to unpack some of those, but what I've also done is I've taken a screenshot of what they've sent us, and they've given an explanation for each removal and each addition. That doesn't necessarily mean we accept the information, but they've given that. And I think just in terms of our experience with the department and the CGE, the NYDA has really come to the party in terms of committing itself to when members give them advice in terms of what we need, they provided that. So we can nitpick and ask questions in relation to why have you done this and why have you done that. But in terms of the information, they are extremely forthcoming. So that's great. And then in terms of, like I said, the targets, that has increased somewhat. But Kashfa will kind of point that out, but I've also pointed out in my paper where new things have been added, have been made, they've to this. Maybe it's about us looking at, because this is the last time they're receiving this money, what does it mean going forward for the National Youth Service program in and of itself, and in terms of future planning. I don't know if, members could potentially ask them if the committee needs to then motivate, or if for more money going forward, because this money is not going to be there next year, or if the NYDA feels that the program wasn't successful, and then they will carry on with a smaller budget in the new financial year. But that's for members to decide, and for the NYDA to motivate. Then I don't know if this was something I had spoken to the colleagues earlier on, if it's something cheeky that I've added, but they've got a substantial amount of donor funding, 112 million, just over. So I wanted to, maybe members could inquire about what model they are using to raise the funds. They've given us also a detailed description of where they're getting the money from, which is great. They tell us line by line who gives the money, how much they give. So you'll see that today, which is great. But they must be doing something right in terms of getting these funds. Why can't the department do something like that? Why can't they also reach out and get these funds? We have only 13.4 million rand for youth in the department. NYDA must be doing something right. Surely they can share a model with them to assist, because they're doing something right and the department's 13 million is dismal compared to this. And that's just their donor funding. So some of the questions that I asked was in relation to just simple things in terms of semantics. If you say a job opportunity, does that actually mean an actual job? Yeah, Chair?
Maybe the strategy that they're using to get extra donor funding, they cannot share with us in public.
Yeah.
But they can share with the department and the CGE.
Yes.
Because I think the people who needs more funds is the CGE.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because they are dealing with cases of GBV. And in terms of their monitoring, they need to go to all 9 provinces, including private sector, which is when we were at the UN, Kashifa, that's one part that is lacking with South Africa, that nobody monitors private sector on whether private sector is implementing government policies in terms of gender parity, inequalities. You know, when you go to private sector, you still get women being paid underpaid. You know,
yeah,
they are not getting paid like male counterparts. And even the statistics South Africa tells us that in South Africa, when you look at the brackets of how many people are earning more than 90 or from 60,000 or 50,000 upwards, we are plus minus 200,000. But in that 200,000, it's males.
Who's getting the money?
Yeah, but I don't want even to go about talking about race, but it's males. Women are still getting lesser paid than men.
It's white males, you see.
So, which is, I think this is one of the things that we need to push CGE to deal with.
I agree with you.
Yeah. So the strategy that they're using, NYDA needs to assist CGE.
Yeah, I agree, Chair, and I think maybe she's right. Maybe they won't want to share the strategy publicly, but surely they can assist them in private, or they can have a meeting where they can share some of the model. Then something that I thought was very interesting, and also, I mean, I'm only sharing it with members because it's a thought. The NYDA developed a strategy for disability. So this is not their job.
No, the NYDA is doing well in disability.
Yes.
Better than the department.
Yes.
If you have read the report, you can see the difference.
Yeah.
That NYDA is doing better than the department.
Gee, can I just mention, they weren't doing, the NYDA wasn't doing work before. It's the committee that put that recommendation forward. And that is why they're doing it, because before they had been doing nothing for persons with disability. If you look at listen to the presentation today, you'll see a list of projects and interventions that the NYDA is doing for persons with disability that far outweighs the work that the department is doing. The department's core mandate is about the rights of persons with disabilities. And the NYDA is doing so much more. I put that in my paper. I know it's cheeky, but it's for members only. To note that that's what's happening. So in terms of disabilities, you'll see they'll give you a number of programs and projects that they're doing. And this is definitely, in terms of, if you compare the work the department is doing, it far outweighs that. Then something that I picked up, I'm not too sure what it's about, but the NYDA, you'll see in the presentation too, set aside 5.6 million for risk and legal services. I don't know if that's standard, but I don't know what it's used for. So possibly just to inquire, it's almost 6 million. Why is this money being set aside? There could be a logical explanation. There isn't a lot of information provided about it. So that's something that I wanted to flag. Then in terms of rental costs for the head office, at the moment, they're paying 10 million a year. But in terms of rental costs for 21 centers and 2 district centers, it's 14.9 million. So if you do the math, I mean, that's about 23 centers versus 1 head office. Maybe they've got a massive staff complement, but maybe they can just explain in terms of cost difference why it's so vast. And then finally, in terms of targets, I know Kashfa will pick up on some of the targets. Just one target that I'd noted, they said that they removed a target called Reviewed and Implemented Annual Workforce Skills Plan. So this was removed. I'm not sure the explanation is justified, but I do think it was important to have this, but they've removed it since. So maybe just to ask them if they no longer need to review their work plan or why this was removed. But overall, in terms of the information that was provided to the committee, in terms of the strategic plan, in terms of the amendments they made, they've provided all the annexures, the presentations were given on time, the APP was submitted on time. So in terms of the budget and what they're presenting to the members today, they have provided so much more information than any other entity or department that's been accounting to this committee. So I think, and also in terms of the advice that the committee has been giving the NYDA, they have followed up on everything, just in terms of what the committee's recommended. So overall, they are doing exceptionally well. Yes, we can definitely nitpick because they have a massive budget, and it's the committee's duty to ensure that the money is being spent where it's supposed to be spent, and if it's being spent, if it's sustainable, if the jobs created are temporary jobs or permanent jobs, are there opportunities for jobs or the actual jobs? So those types of things we definitely need to investigate and ask about. But in terms of the APP itself, which is what we're discussing today, the NYDA has done significantly well in terms of the progress. Thank you.
The person, can I continue? Good morning, members. Thank you, Tasneem. So moving on to what Tasneem has said with regards to the changes in terms of the strategic plan. In my document on page 4, which is a Word document, I list the 3 programs in a table and indicate what are the new targets and what are the targets that have been removed. So all the writing in blue gives members an indication as to what the change is in the strategic plan. So in other words, out of the 4, we're now in year 4 out of that 5-year cycle, like we mentioned yesterday in relation to the department. Overall, you can see they've increased their targets. And I think because they've taken into consideration what the AG and the committee has been saying. What we have seen, Ms. Machisi, in the annual report, often they overachieve on their targets. So the committee's recommendation is maybe your target is too low and that should increase. So the strategic plan is an indication over the 5-year period, what they increased. So obviously for this year, there'd be changes to targets too. In talking to Tasneem, I said, even if you remove a target, for me, the question is what justification is there? Because some of the reasons they give doesn't make sense. But more importantly, if you were busy with that last year, what happened to the work? Did it just fall away? Where's the continuity? So I think that's important for members to understand. How do you just remove a target? What are the implications? So that's page 4, just to give you an overview of what has changed in terms of the targets for the strategic plan and what was removed. Moving, I've listed some questions. Moving just straight now to the APP and some of the issues we've picked up there. And now I'm on page 7. When we looked at some of the targets, we read through the entire document. And here and there's some discrepancies. So, for example, on the target for partnerships, on one page, they've got 3 partnerships, but on another page, there are 2 partnerships. That's important. Why? Because when you do your quarterly monitoring, you need to know what are you assessing the NYDA against. So if there are changes, what are the changes and why? If there's a discrepancy, explain the discrepancy. In terms of sourcing money, one of the targets is they will be sourcing 250 million over the financial year 23-24. But in Q1, they're saying they're not going to source any money. Q2, they'll source 50 million. And as well as in Q4, but in Q3, they're going to source 150 million. So again, it's just practically, we need to be thinking, this is your APP now that you're going to approve, but when you monitor them for the entire year, how realistic are these targets? That you can move from sourcing 50 million in one year, but suddenly in another quarter, you're doing not even double that. That's around program 1. I think the other...
What do you mean by saying sourcing?
So, Chairperson, so one of the targets is value of funds source. So they intend to collect 250 million over the whole financial year, so over 12 months. And then for each quarter, they'll say what they're going to identify and source in each quarter. But for Q1, they don't have an amount. Q2, they're saying they're going to, their target is 50 million. Q3, it's 150 million. In Q4, it's 50 million. So practically, I'm saying you're moving from not collecting anything in Q1 to 50 million in Q2, 6 months into the financial year. But in Q3, you want to source 150 million. That's a lot of money and a big jump. And then Q4, 50 million. So just practically, what's their thinking around how they set out targets, and will it be achieved? It should be spread out evenly. Yeah. 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 And again, it's about members, your assessment every quarter. Because once you approve this budget, you're agreeing to how they've set things out. You're agreeing to how the money is allocated. And your job after this is then to assess, based on what you agreed to, are they meeting those targets or not? Just to still around the reporting. So yes, in the administration program, they've got financial management reports, performance information, and internal audit reports, which is all important. But one thing I was asking Tasneem, what I don't see is any target related to the board. To the board and the board's performance, board functioning. And again, if you look at the committee, there's oversight of the NYDA and your response in relation to the board. But within the APP, what is there that tracks what the board does?
Previously, how was it? Oh, how was the setup?
Well, we've always suggested put something in so that this committee can assess you per quarter. So what we've done in our own capacity...
So can be able to measure their assessments,
yes,
their performance. Yes.
So what we've done, Ms. Bachesi, for all this time, we've requested every quarter, please can the board submit what they've been doing. But that's the committee's interest in ensuring that the board members are doing what they're supposed to. But when you look at the APP, there's no target there that tracks, even if it's just governance role played by the
But
board.
how does other APPs, like for instance, public enterprise, okay, Pero, do you have such a thing where you measure the performance of a board? Do you have it? Yeah. Is it on the APP? No. So because I carry what I don't want to put ourselves in the spot where even ourselves we don't have a tool on what is our expectation. Unless that's the way follow up. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe it's
unless them, né? It may not appear in the APP, but maybe them, the board must give us their plan on the plan that will measure their performance separately from the APP.
Yeah.
It's a little bit difficult to be the referee and player at the same time. So if the board is going to put a tool together for themselves and how to assess themselves.
No. They are going to give us a plan on, remember, they are deployed in provinces and they give reports to the work that they are doing in provinces, even in their subcommittees that they are having. So we have a responsibility that for that, we ask them to bring a report to the Provincial Committee based on the work that they are doing. You remember last week we called them last week. When was it?
3 weeks ago.
And present their reports individually on what is it that they are doing individually as board members. So I think now we must put it as our target that we measure the performance of the board quarterly. Even with CPE, I think we need to do that with the commissioners.
Correct.
Rather than being clumsy and say, what are you doing? And then, because that does not assist us. But if we are serious of them making an impact as commissioners and as board members, we need to call them quarterly so that they tell us. They will be able to see people like about the, people who are claiming money. Remember, because they are claiming for the meetings that they are attending and for the work that they are traveling that they are doing when they go to provinces. But if we, as the Provincial Committee, we don't have our own way on how we're going to assess their performance, it's going to be a problem. Yeah, understanding. So this is the smartest way we can be able to measure if they are performing according to expectations or they are, in fact, they're bounding the institution. And it's going to be easy because each individual, when we look at that table that they would have presented to us and we assess them, we analyze it. How is she performing? Ukero, how is she performing? Kashifa, how is she performing as commissioners and as board members to make our life easy? So we'll be having in our report that we as the Provincial Committee we were able to assess and analyze the work that is done by the performance of board members and commissioners. I think that's the only way.
Chair, and to in that report include budget costs. Just so as you say, commissioners are claiming money, but how much are they claiming? What are they doing with that money? How are they spending it? We must get people.
Because for instance, Yeah. Okay, all right. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. Of the institution. Mm. Conflict of interest. Mm. Good morning, honorable members. You're all welcome. I'm sure, Nelly, those who are on visual, Honorable Masiko, Honorable Masondo, they are on. Masiko?
Yes, Honorable Chairperson, good morning to your good self and all honorable members. Thank you very much. I'm on the platform, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Masondo?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, NYTA. I'm present, Chair, and the sound is okay for now.
Okay. You're all welcome, honorable members. DG, thank you very much, Chair and Deputy Chair, CEO, and all the officials from NYDA and
Recording in progress.
Oh, yeah. Okay. You're all welcome. Thank you for coming. And any apology, Nelly?
Yes, Chairperson, thank you. Good morning, Chairperson and members, and to the NYDA and the department. I've received 2 apologies from the members of the committee. One is from Honorable Shongo, who's attending the meeting of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development. The other one is Honorable Mareko, who has been put off. She's not feeling well. And then from the NYDA, only 2 apologies from 2 board members. One is from board member, Ms. Lebogang Molesi. She has work commitment. The second one is from Ms. Alexandra Proctor. She's currently out of the country on business.
Usual culprits.
The last one is from the minister. She could not attend. She has been invited by the University of KZN to attend a graduation ceremony for the former Ubaxolile Hlongwa. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Nelly. Chair of the NYDA, we have registered that the 2 Nelly said commissioners, 2 board members are usually not in the meetings. There's only 1 meeting that Lebu attended, and even Alexandra, I think she attended 1 meeting of the committee. I can check my records, the records of the portfolio committee, and it's concerning. Why would people accept appointments when they know that they are forever not available? What is also concerning for the portfolio committee is that young people out there, they are expecting to be serviced by your board members. And if your board members are not present to render services that they are appointed for, they can somewhat resign. And we advertise those positions and appoint serious people who want to serve young people. We have a challenge as a country. Young people are not working. Young people, they're expecting a lot from the board that is serving their interests. And there's no way that as the portfolio committee will accept absenteeism of board members to portfolio committee meetings. Because that tells us that those board members, they are not even servicing young people in provinces where they are deployed by yourselves. We're not even sure how are they, how are you assessing the performance of each one of your members, and how do they service those provinces where they are expected to be there? I have never seen them in our oversight visits. that is concerning. And we will then expect a report from yourself, Chair and Deputy Chair, because the Chairperson's office, we are talking about both of you. So you need to give us a report on what are they doing? We don't want to have glossy reports here. People must go and work. If they're not working, they must resign and we appoint serious people, replace them. That list was having a lot of brilliant minds who should have been appointed to serve young people of this country. So it's something that we cannot leave just and then we say Merry Christmas. There's no Merry Christmas when people are not doing what they are expected to be doing. This, for being a board member, it's not for status purpose. It was precisely that you commit yourself that you are going to serve young people of South Africa. So we will need a report, whether in the committees that you are having as board members in the NYDA, they are doing their job or they are not. In provinces where they are deployed, they are attending to their deployment or what. So that one, there's no way that we'll overlook it. We'll expect a report from you. What I observed also is that you said Alexandra is overseas. Every time she's overseas. Is it NYDA work or personal work?
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to the Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. So Ms. Alexandra Proctor is currently abroad. She has a business that requires her to travel. But what we then try to do is to make use of her traveling and insofar as reaching towards the various networks that she has made so that we're able to enhance the work of the agency. So it'd be a duality between the two, her personal work, as well as utilizing those networks so that she's able to advance the work of the agency.
You must never be a shop steward, Chair. I'm warning you, because we'll expect a report. In the next meeting, we'll expect a report of those networks that she's bringing to the NYDA, because it doesn't make sense. You are going for your private business and then at the same, before you came in, this is what we were discussing. Good, how do we separate conflict of things that are personal and things that are related to the work that you're doing? We don't want things of conflict of interest here. Because tomorrow, how are you going to make her to account when she'll come back and say to you, but I'm also giving you my networks. That's why I'm not attending meetings. You are going to respond how? That's why I'm saying to you, don't be a shop steward, because this thing will come back to you. Carol and Sheriff.
Thanks, Chair, and good morning to the delegation. A simple question, Chair, of the NYDA, on whose expense? Because it's a double dipping. Are you going half-half? Or it's on the expense of the agency? Or it's on her expense? At the same time, when she comes back, in terms of the claims, how does the person claim? Because we need to get a proper understanding of what is happening there. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Carol. Sheriff?
Thank you, Honorable Piri. We can confirm that Ms. Alex travels on her own personal costs, but we can provide that information to the honorable members should they require. But we can confirm that the only cost that the agency covers is the direct costs relating to the summits or the conferences that she would be attending as mandated by the agency. But however, the traveling that she does is on her personal costs.
Hayi, ngazongijwayela labo. Nina, nitshele lama board members wenu ukuthi khona i-link siyenzele specifically for our members, not your board members. Your board members are supposed to be physically in the meeting. So that request is declined. Chair, never do favors for board members, because you'll be expected to treat each and everyone fair. And once you start like that, you are going to be divided. You are going to fight. You must guard against what you are just explained now about one of your members traveling overseas, coming back with networks and whatnot. You know, one of the things that made CGE to be in newspapers for wrong reasons is those kind of favors. So, you know, but into endale, Kaulezizwe norini, isizulu sitsho njalo ukuthi buzo kwabaziyo. Bizo kwabaphambili. Take our advice. Don't do it. Separate your work so that your work ethics must be aligned with your code of conduct and what people have signed for. Anything that does not relate to your work ethics and any against your code of conduct, just disregard it. Futhi asithi ayikho lento ositshele yona kokuqala nje. Asithathi. Alexandra is always absent. We need a report. Is she willing to serve young people of South Africa, or she wants to serve her businesses? Period. If she is busy with her businesses, let her focus in her businesses. And then we go to the house and we say, let's take the next person on the list. The president appoints the next person on the list. We don't want to waste time. No more stories. Same with label. Do the same. She wants to serve the board, or she's busy at her work. We don't want, we understand that some of the members are part-time, but when a person apply to be a member of the board, that person said to us in the interview, I am willing to serve young people of South Africa. I will spend time. I know how am I going to manage time, because we asked them, if you are having a full-time job, how are you going to serve the board? Because we're guarding against these things. So we'll need a report as the portfolio committee on those two members of yours. So that we don't have an place here. I was going to ask about you. I didn't see you. Okay, thank you very much. You're all welcome, honorable members, the board members that are present today. We are all welcome. DG, thank you very much with your officials, and we know that your minister is out of the country, ne? Or is here. But I know that your minister has commitment since, she did mention yesterday that she's having a commitment. I thought she's out of the country, but I know what she did mention, what she has a commitment. But thank you very much for your attendance. Let me thank the NYDA for the good work that you are doing in Mpumalanga. Did I declare the meeting official open? Yes, I declared this meeting official open, honorable members. My apologies. Let me thank the NYDA. The work that you're doing in Mpumalanga is, you know what, it makes us to smile. You know, you are doing very well. You know how we wish that all your offices in provinces, they could be doing the same way on the same things that NYDA in Mpumalanga is doing. You know, for the first time, I visited an office where I see public servants who are passionate to serve the young people of the country. You know, we're very impressed. Those officials, all the projects that we went to, in fact, it's things that we can say, yeah, the projects that we visited, in fact, you must do something about one project where there's a young man who's having a workshop, fixing cars, and he's just shot off a spray booth. Yeah, spray booth, and then that thing it needs to be bought, man. You can't be sitting there. You have money. We've seen here in economic your economic loan, which you have plus minus 200 million. You can assist that young man to buy that thing. And that young man can create more employment for young people and can also open other branches in Mpumalanga. So Lapo, you would have done a big favor for young people of Mpumalanga. You have created jobs. You have empowered a young person, a young entrepreneur. Entrepreneur is an entrepreneur, Kamampel. So I think you need to look at that and see how do you assist that young person. Because all of us as honorable members, we felt strong that this one is a real project that you can fund. Because you can see good and this person, you know what I liked about him, he's passionate about what he's doing. Even those few workers that are there, you could see they are passionate of what they are doing. But also you can do advocacy. Go to the municipalities or any government department and try and see how can they get contracts for them so that they can fix their cars. You can get many young people, especially in that presidential program. Yeah, you know, do something. That one can be a good legacy project for NYDA. We don't know him, he's not our relative. We were just impressed with the work that he's doing. And that young lady also was doing some other things, but we're not happy because that young lady is getting a lot of funds. I won. One person getting a car or getting offices are paid, the stock is bought, the machines are bought. One person. Yeah, but that one is not your problem. It's the problem of Mpumalanga provincial government that they are funding one person with a lot of money. but there are other young people that needed those funds to be assisted and they are not getting. Yeah, so those are the discrepancies that we saw, and we went to a place called Masia. What? Masoi. Where the projects, there's an NGO that has partnership with NYDA and other stakeholders. They are doing very well. All those, they also need just your NYDA to maybe follow up on the things that they are doing and try to assist the Mpumalanga office and ensure that those young people who are there, because they're dealing also with substance abuse, young people, to move young people in the streets, young people who are on drugs and so forth. So it's a very good program that they are doing there. So Nayo, if you can put more time and effort and see how best can you assist those young people there. I think Nalapo, you would come up with a program and young people will be assisted. It will be your legacy project also. At least there's something. We're very happy. Let me take advantage also to report to you that we're not impressed about the work that is done by your department in terms of the sanitary dignity pets program. But I will tell you Friday, because we need the DDG in charge of that to come and account. One other one will lead government to litigation one way or the other. So we'll report about it on Friday. But I think they are doing very well in Mpumalanga. Chairperson, Deputy Chair was there, Babundlela was there, CEO was there, and let's thank all the officials from your national department office who were part of us in all the visits that we have done. They were very assisting, and tell them we say thank you very much. Those ones, they deserve a bonus. You know, when you do as a performance assessment, those are the kind of officials you can say this one, because as they were there, we were able to say, how can you assist this one? You know, because young people, they come to us as a portfolio committee and we are able to say, and then they were able to assist young people who needed help from NYDA. Yeah, we are doing very well. In fact, even your report, there's nothing much. We have read your APP. If things were going our way, we were going to say, I hambani, we're done. But because you need to present and then clarify a few yana things, but Shem, you are doing very well. Thank you for listening to the advisors of the committee and implementing all the recommendations that you are making to yourselves. We are very much impressed, and thank you very much. You are doing very well. In fact, you deserve izandla zethu as the portfolio committee. You are doing very well. Siyabonga kakhulu. Yeah, you'll go miles, you know, niyalalela kahle kahle. Thank you, siyabonga. Jealous. Okay, thank you very much. Over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to the honorable members, DG of the department, fellow board members, and NYDA staff that is with us. Chairperson, firstly, want to just extend our appreciation for those words of encouragement. And we want to recommit to yourselves as the NYDA that the good work that you've seen in Mpumalanga will equally cascade to the 8 other provinces. And we do hope that when we embark on the various site visits, that you would have a good story to tell in the other provinces as well. Honorable Chairperson, my remarks will not be long, given the fact that we have a lengthy presentation and we would want to spend the better half of the time that is allocated to us towards engaging with yourselves on what we think should be the trajectory of the agency for the current reporting year. This Honorable Chairperson, I think, would be our first meeting or interaction in person. So we must equally, yes. A year and a bit in office. This is our first physical interaction. Our interactions have been on the virtual platform. And so we do hope that what we are presenting and putting forward to the honorable members will encourage and re-inspire young people to showcase that, as the agency, we are committed to the work that has been given to us, insofar as assisting young people to alleviate unemployment, inequality, and poverty. Honorable Chairperson, and before we hand over to the CEO, our presentation really will cover the salient points that we were requested to speak on, that being our revised strategic plan. We will also focus on our APP for the year 2022-2023. We've got presentations on our human resources. We'll also focus on your marketing and visibility, as well as the financial matters. And what we've even tried to do in today's presentation is to capture and encapsulate the inputs that the honorable members would have made in our previous engagements. And we do hope that what we're presenting this morning to yourselves will indeed showcase that we are an agency that is a listening agency, and that is an agency that takes constructive criticism, and where we are able to improve the work, that we redirect all our efforts and our energies towards that, ultimately with the goal of changing the material conditions of young people. So honorable members, without taking too much of the time that has been allocated to us, I will then request the CEO, who will take the honorable members through the presentation that we have prepared for yourselves this morning. And thereafter, we will open up for comments and questions. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Before I forget, we have been joined by 2 honorable members. Honorable Nomsa, she served in this committee last term, and she's back. And Honorable Mam Kaula, she served in our committee before, and she's back. So Honorable Mpiti is being redeployed to another portfolio committee, which is the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlement. We'll miss him, but we're happy that they replaced him with a very active and strategic member, Honorable Nomsa, and Nomam Kaula is replacing Honorable Hlonyana. And both of them, they were active, and so we're happy that they have replaced both members with women who are dedicated to serve the interest of young people. So it's because I forgot to introduce them. Yeah. Yeah. For their benefits, I don't know whether you want them to introduce themselves. Honorable Nomsa.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to everyone. Yes, my name is Nomsa Tarabella Machesi, just to, I know that Honorable Chair likes to call me Nomsa, but I'm comfortable with that as well. But in terms of keeping the decorum, yeah. So most people they address me as Machesi, and thank you for the opportunity, and also it's good to meet you.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Asanda Luata. I'm the Executive Chairperson of the National Youth Development Agency. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. My name is Karaba Mahali, the Executive Deputy Chairperson of the NYDA Board. Thank you.
Morning, Chairperson, members. My name is Wasim Karam. I'm the Chief Executive. Welcome to the portfolio.
Thank you, Chair. Sanbonani, Kamalam Gotuli Sangorandlela, Kilunga Lepo de NYDA. Siyabonga.
Good morning, honorable members. I'm Mikate Komaluleke, Director General, Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. I'm Pearl Pillay. I'm a board member at the NYDA.
Thanks. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Benis Lagala. I'm from the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, responsible for youth. Thanks.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Mafigi Duma from NYDA. I'm responsible for corporate services. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Khalita Mhlongo from the NYDA, acting CFO. Thank you.
Good. Chair, the CFO had a baby last week, Friday. Healthy baby boy. Happy to say that.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Walter Bango. I'm the Senior Manager responsible for performance and strategic planning. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. I'm Micheline Mangai from the NYDA. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Matlori Moffat. I'm the Assistant Company Secretary at the NYDA.
Good morning, honorable members and the Chair. My name is Veronica Mkize. I'm the Company Secretary at the NYDA.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to the Chair and the honorable members. And thank you for the opportunity for us to be able to present to you this morning our annual performance plan and our 5-year strategic plan for the financial year 2023-2024.
Chairperson, it's my idea. They have to be seen by the whole country. They must appear on the screen so that they are seen by everybody. Even the CEO. So that they confront him wherever they meet him.
Chair. I think that could be done before he starts his presentations, because I think we want to be able to follow the presentation at the same time, if that's okay. Not throughout the presentation.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to present. So I'll start off this presentation by indicating that for many years we've spoken about the ticking time bomb of youth unemployment and the deepening inequality in South Africa. And I think in 2021, for the first time, we saw what that bomb looks like when it explodes. The pandemic, together with the unrest in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng, and what is a worsening unemployment situation, indicated to us what we already knew, that we cannot continue with the status quo of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. It's untenable for the society that we want to build in South Africa. With that being said, there is a window of opportunity for this government, working together with civil society and the private sector, to be able to implement fundamental change in the country. We believe that there is a need to address both what is an immediate crisis, as well as establish a social system that create long-term stability and restore confidence and hope in South Africa. And in order to do this, we think that South Africa needs a new consensus, particularly when it comes to youth unemployment. We need to accelerate what we are already doing in the state, and we need to achieve more at scale in the work that we're already doing. I think there's a wide acknowledgement amongst all of us that there are structural reforms in energy, in transport, in broadband connectivity that are necessary to support higher rates of economic growth. If we can't get this economy growing, if we can't help firms to grow, we're not going to be able to create the number of jobs and opportunities that we need to absorb the masses of the unemployed. With that being said, the state has a huge responsibility to continue to provide public support for employment, as well as continued social protection that can reach all levels of the unemployed. In addition to that, the majority of our interventions at a business perspective seem to be at larger types of business. And we need interventions which are aimed at supporting all sizes of businesses, whether they are informal, survivalist, micro enterprises. And I think it's important to say that all of these three things need to happen in parallel with one another. They are inseparable. Where without one, the other will lead to exclusion, or even worse, a physical or debt crisis for South Africa. So we need a once-in-a-generation program which can tackle unemployment and poverty at scale. We must end food poverty in South Africa. We must significantly reduce unemployment. We are losing our most precious resource, which is human capital and human potential, to poverty and catastrophic levels of unemployment. And in addition to that, addressing unemployment and poverty will improve our social and our political stability. And that in turn will also create a cycle that starts to support growth. when we increase employment and we increase income transfers, we'll have a wider stimulus effect on the economy, especially for local businesses. Last week, the University of Cape Town released a study showing that the social relief of distress grant is actually supporting labor market outcomes, in that it's supporting people in the work seeking, particularly young people. Now, why do we have such high levels of unemployment, right? We know we have a triple challenge of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. We know we've been stuck in low levels of growth. We know that we've spent a lot on education and skills development, and we necessarily haven't derived the returns on investment that we require from that. We know that youth unemployment is our greatest concern, with more than 2/3 of young people entering the labor market and not in any form of employment, education, or training. And we know that food poverty seems to be increasing. If we look at where food poverty was in 2014, it has increased to where we are in 2020. And if we look at unemployment, we managed to go under 20% in the mid-1990s, but since then, we've been on a continuous rise in unemployment, and young people have bared the brunt of that high levels of unemployment. When we speak about unemployment, we say it's very structural in nature. We have a very sectoral structure in our economy. For some reason, our agriculture sector is unusually small for a developing economy, and we have to stop what is deindustrialization. What we see is that there's a concentration of productive activity in very few firms. So there's a large monopoly of big business, and that stifles small business and new entrants. We know that apartheid spatial planning still plays a role in our economic activity. We know that there is an overregulation of business and high transaction costs. And despite spending a lot of money on skills development, we still have insufficient and poorly matched skills. As we've transitioned from being a labor-intensive economy to a skills-driven economy, our skills output has not necessarily kept up with that transition. Now, one of the important things that we must acknowledge is that South Africa has a lot of, or the majority of its jobs are in the formal sector. And it's much less than our peers in middle income countries. If you look at our peers in Turkey, Mexico, Brazil, there about 30% of all jobs come from self-employment activities. In South Africa, that rate is only 10%. And if we could at least get our self-employment activities up to the level of our peers, we could halve our unemployment rate. So a big part of the strategy and the NYDA strategy, and honorable members have interacted with that work on the ground, is encouraging more people to transition into self-employment activities, because we simply do not have enough jobs in the formal sector to absorb all of the unemployed. There are many levels at which small businesses can be supported. We see that there are small enterprises, there are informal enterprises, there are medium-sized enterprises. But what we find is that the majority of interventions are pitched towards formal enterprises, whereas most young men and women need support at the lowest possible level. And that's why the NYDA has reduced its youth entrepreneurship programs to the lowest possible level for young people, because that is where the greatest opportunity lies to be able to absorb young people into employment activities. And we have to take a whole economy approach on this here. So yes, again, the formal economy is important, but skills development is critical. And you'll see in our APP presentation, we put a premium on first training young people for youth entrepreneurship activities before giving them access to development finance. The micro enterprise system is fragmented and it's not as well as understood as the formal economy, but it's a massive pathway to earning. And then government stipended programs, yes, they are short-term in nature, but they are an important entry point for young people into the labor market, particularly those young people who are heavily excluded. So we need 5 major shifts if we're going to break the structure of our labor market outcomes. 1, we have to prioritize enabling private sector employment. 2, we have to target labor-intensive growth sectors. We know that there are sectors which are actually growing in South Africa. Next week, we were going to work with an organization to place 1,000 young people in the business process outsourcing sector. Yeah, many of the jobs which were offshored in previous years are being brought back onto South African shores because international companies see the talent of our young people and they want to invest in them here. And that's just one example of a sector which is growing at scale. We have to support small businesses and entrepreneurs. We have to focus on demand-led skills development. So we know which sectors are growing in the economy. Instead of just training young people, we need to focus on the sectors that are actually growing and prepare young people for jobs in those sectors. And we have to focus towards lower input and transaction costs, which will increase competitiveness. Of course, the Minister of Finance will always talk about difficult trade-offs. We know that there are challenges. There is a social relief of distress grant, which somehow must become a permanent feature of the budget process. We keep extending it every year, but we know South Africa needs to move towards some sort of basic income grant, and this requires trade-offs to be made. Social protection is important. South Africa has done very well in having expanded social protection, and it continues to be important. But it has to be supported by credible measures which can boost economic growth. The focus has to be on creating jobs. And that means there is no one silver bullet to what we need to do. A range of interventions is important. So in this economies of what we need to do, one, we must increase private sector employment. Two, public funded employment plays a massive role in what we want to achieve. Honorable members had the opportunity to visit the National Youth Service site. You saw that when you are able to place a young person in an opportunity that allows them to better their lives, they themselves will take that opportunity and enhance it for themselves. You saw where a young person is given access to a stipend, where they feel confidence and self-esteem, they will go on to acquire the skills they need to acquire a driver's license, or further their studies, or complete their matric. What is important is that we place more and more young people into those opportunities. Do we want a state where young people queue every month in a line to collect the 350 grant? Or do we want a country where young people are engaged in productive, meaningful work on a daily basis? But with that being said, we do need expanded social protection, and we need support to enable livelihoods. Within all of these things, there are sub-programs which we are implementing, the structural reforms we've spoken about. The just energy transition is a massive opportunity. In Mpumalanga, we are working with the World Bank and Eskom to transition young people from existing coal-based jobs into green and renewable jobs, because we know that with the just energy transition, there's a lot of concern, but with that, there's a lot of opportunity as well. We're reducing red tape and supporting SMMEs. We'll take you to the project, Chair. And we are expanding the employment tax incentive. What is important is that in publicly funded employment, a lot of the times, I think we have focused on the problems in expanded public works and the problems in community works programs. And we've taken that and we've said, public employment is a problem in South Africa. But we've shown through the presidential employment stimulus, the teachers' assistance program, the National Youth Service program, that public employment can work for young people in South Africa. Yeah, and therefore we have to continue these programs, not as a response to COVID, but as a broader response to our structural unemployment issues. But with that being said, we also have to implement the necessary reforms in EPWP and CWP if we want to be able to achieve what we need to do. And expanded social protection must continue. We're not asking government to make a choice between a grant and a job opportunity. There is space for both to coexist with one another. Of course, there are other interventions that must continue: demand-led skills development, funding to SMMEs, access to broadband, and many of those projects are underway all across government. This is the most important slide that we'll present to honorable members today. Unemployment would have been far worse today had we not implemented the employment stimulus across government. Yeah? Just today, there are 100,000 new young people starting as a cohort of teachers' assistants in the DBE program. And as you can see there's a collective of programs across the Department of Trade and Industry, cooperative governance, environment, forestry, and fisheries basic education, higher education, employment, and labor. And the NYDA has partnerships with all of these agencies. This is what a whole government approach to tackling unemployment looks like, right? Because every government department needs to put unemployment at the forefront of what they're doing. And when you have a mix of programs, it's important. I'll give you an example why, right? A graduate needs a different set of support, or an unemployed graduate needs a different set of support to what a young person without matric has. Right? What we find is that in, for example, the graduate program, which lies in the Department of Higher Education and Training, where we place graduates in universities, what we found is that within 3 to 6 months, once they had acquired that work experience, which is a premium, those graduates are able to fly. So they just need that foot in the door that enables them to get something on their CV, open up a network, and they're able to find their way into more sustainable forms of employment. Whereas a young person who doesn't have matric probably needs a bit more structured support in a National Youth Service program. So our lobby position continues. The funding for the employment stimulus comes to an end in 2023, 2024. It really needs to continue at least until the end of the MTAF in 2027. But furthermore, we think it should continue at least until the end of the National Development Plan in 2030. So in summary, we recognize that the only solution to unemployment is to achieve higher growth. Yeah, we know that unemployment has devastating consequences, and we need a range of measures that can support all 11 million South Africans, many of whom have received the SRD grant. What we are saying in this presentation is that the SRD grant should be the last resort in this economy. The first priority must be to increase employment. Chairperson, with that, I will pause there and hand over to Mr. Bango, who will take honorable members through the next part of the presentation.
All right. Thanks, Chairperson and the honorable members, the CEO. I think for me, Chair, I will take you through the the strategic pathway that the NYDA has mapped for the next financial year, which is 2023, 2024, as we're presenting here today. Maybe let me first start saying that, Chair, I think I'm also humbled, in terms of what you said, from a performance point of view, to say, look, at least the NYDA, there's something that we can showcase in terms of our strategic plan and the APP that we had to implement every year. So in terms of our strategic planning process, when the board started in 2020, we went out on a board strategic session. And fortunately, Chair, we've got a board that really understands the work of the NYDA. And they said to us as management, look, they would like to see an NYDA that is capable and credible, inclusive, and being an activist, towards development to support young people, and that is also responsive in the work that we do, to the plight of young people of South Africa. And part of our mission, the board said to us, look, we need to make sure that we mainstream youth issues into our societies throughout, working together with our stakeholders that are involved within the youth development space. They also said, look, we need to also make sure that we facilitate and champion youth development with the entire sectors within the youth space. But also, just to mention one of the critical values that is enshrined within our 5-year strategic plan, Chair, it's to say, look, in all our 43 branches that we've got as the NYDA in all the provinces, these values, these 6 values, our employees needs to make sure that these values make sense to them and they live by these values. One, which is around the issue of integrity, accountability, and the NYDA branches need to be accessible to young people. Whenever they need service to us, we need to be there, to provide support to them in whatever way that they might approach the NYDA. And over and above, our employees should also, display, a level of respect towards our young people. And we should also, try by all means that we collaborate with all stakeholders or role players that wants to, make a meaningful contribution towards youth development. Well, of course, the issue of agility amongst our employees when we engage with our staff. So, the core of our strategic plan, and well, of course, the APP, it's actually driven by these four strategic pillars, Chair, which the first one is around economic participation through youth entrepreneurship. How do we make sure that we attract all young people out there that are looking for opportunities that are availed by all stakeholders, whether government, civil society, the private sector, at the provincial level, because we also do quite a lot of work with offices of the premiers in all the 9 provinces, and well, of course, as well at the national level. But this is one pillar that where we actually, put much more effort in terms of our KPIs that we want to deliver for the year. Like, for example, the issues around the grants, the trainings that we normally do, the jobs that are being availed by different sectors over and above, even the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative that is actually located in the Office of the President. I think there was one slide that the CEO has presented here. And then the second part of our strategic priorities, Chair, is around decent and sustainable employment through the jobs program. Because we've got a program within PDD where, for example, within the NYDA, we also have a database where graduates or ordinary young South Africans can approach the NYDA to say, look, I've got this particular skill and all, that I can really, I would like to participate in on a database if there are any other opportunities. Because in that database, we not only focusing on graduates, but even, young people that might be coming from the need group, which is young people that are not in employment, either in education. At times, there are these institutions that approach NYDA to say, do we have young people that might be looking for opportunities like this? And then we'll be able to go into the database and make sure that those opportunities are availed to those young people. The third strategic focus is around social cohesion and capacity building through the revitalized National Youth Service. I think, Chair, yeah, we all know that, look, the issue of social cohesion and nation building, it's actually very important for our young people to participate through their communities, because National Youth Service, we know that it's all about volunteerism, but how do we, engage our young people in all the societies or in all the communities to participate in the programs of National Youth Service that are being availed by us as the NYDA, but over and above, even other stakeholders that we work with, so that those young people, they can take advantage of those opportunities, volunteer, participate, but to such an extent that even the NYDA, we also felt that, in the past, NYS young people were called to come in, say, here's an opportunity, go and volunteer, and then they just walk away. But we have even taken it a step further to say, how do we make sure that those young people that participate in those opportunities, how do we make sure that they transition into other opportunities? Because some of them that approach us, they do not even have, skills that they can showcase in terms of opportunities that might be there for them to be employed. The last part of our strategy is around, coordination of the integrated youth development. I think, yeah, Chair, we take cognizance that the NYDA cannot coordinate youth work alone in the entire country. Well, we need the participation of the private sector, because there's quite a number of opportunities that the private sector can avail. But us as the NYDA, from time to time, we identify, and some even approach us, want to work with the NYDA so that we can absorb, some of these young people to go and participate. But over and above, even the government department, the 43 departments that are out there, there's quite a number of opportunities that we as the NYDA, we need to canvas, we need to coordinate and make sure that youth development across the country, it's being well coordinated and implemented. So I think in the next slide,
we're interested in knowing how you as NYDA working with the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability branch, especially on that youth branch, how you coordinate issues of young people in terms of youth development, skills training, skills and training, skills development and training, lobbying for young people, lobbying and doing advocacy for young people across government departments and entities, including private sector. Here in South Africa and outside South Africa, we have interest in getting understanding, Guti, how do you work with the Department of Women regarding that? Because what we don't want to see is where we see it targets here, Department of Women saying reports from NYDA. We don't want that. We want to understand, Guti, how is your working relationship? How do you coordinate issues of young people working together? They are doing advocacy and monitoring. How do you work? Because that is what the Department of Women must do.
Thanks, Chair. I think that's a good question. I don't know, Chair, should we respond now or later? Okay, CEO, maybe I can start with you.
Working together with yourself. And it's what they're not, they can't be the principal because they are coordinates. It's their resolutions of them. And how do they mainstream? That's a question. It's important. Because we want to know. That's the police.
Let me answer. I want to answer that question through an example, right? It's important for the NYDA to have a helicopter view on what is happening in the youth development sector, right? Now, one of the things we would have pointed out to the Department of Basic Education was to say, one of the main structural drivers of youth development and youth unemployment is the high dropout rate at basic education level, right? Those who start grade 1 don't end up sitting for the matric exams and they get trapped in a cycle. There's no pathway. Yeah? And we did intense lobbying and advocacy through our department and our ministry at the time. And moving from the 5th administration to the 6th administration, we were able to get in the medium-term strategic framework, the Department of Basic Education to agree to start measuring the actual number of young people who leave school before that. But we also said that it's not enough to just measure. You need to be able to put in place elements that prevent this, right? One of the elements was a grade 9 exit certificate, which allows a pathway into vocational training if somebody doesn't have the academic ability. Now, what you're seeing year on year is an improvement in the basic education outcomes, right? There's quite a fascinating presentation from the Department of Basic Education, which shows that in spite of the pandemic, we still increased basic education throughput rates. And that, I believe, is as a process of intense lobbying and the ability to mainstream. So mainstreaming, I don't think is just about saying implement a youth development program. It's getting intrinsically involved in the design of how that program is implemented. Another issue we're dealing with now with higher education is the transition of young people who have finished their TVET qualifications but don't have space to do their work integrated learning. And we are putting an intense amount of pressure on the department to say it is TVET colleges and the department's responsibility, working with the private sector to secure work integrated learning programs for young people so that they are able to transition into sustainable forms of employment. And again, we are assisting them with the design and the implementation of that program. So I think across government, South Africa is very good at self-diagnosis. We know where all of the problems are. The challenge and what we continuously need to do, and I believe we are doing, is supporting departments in implementing the right kind of programs to fast track and to accelerate youth development outcomes. Thanks, Chair.
You see, with the Department of Women, in program 2, they have a program, a sub-program called Economic Empowerment of Women. Remember, when we talk women, you are dealing with young women. So, and in that program, there's something they say they are doing it, working with you. It says it's called Wekona, and then it's WECONA. And the projects that they have, businesses that they have mentioned here in their report, they say working with yourselves in steel, automotive, energy, financial, fast moving consumer goods, with FMCG sector. Yeah, agriculture, poultry, and textile. So we are interested as a portfolio committee in terms of how then do you coordinate all these projects together? Because it's important. We need to understand as members of the portfolio committee, so that when we go out and explain to young people that the Department of Women has got this, and NYDA has got this, is working with NYDA like this. And when we refer people to Department of Women or to NYDA, we are expecting you, to be able to articulate these things. What are you doing, and how can they get into those opportunities working with you as NYDA? DG?
Thank you, Chair. WECONA is Women's Economic Assembly. It's a forum of women that has been launched by the president. The purpose of WECONA is to assist government to ensure that women, youth, and persons with disabilities are involved in the value chains of every private sector. One thing that we have discovered is that, more especially in Gauteng and your Durban and other areas, you find that the businesses are saturated. There's no way where women can participate apart from the value chain. So you look at the value chains of the businesses, so that you can look at where you can involve women. And the lead department in these master plans, because it's the value chains of all the master plans that have been developed by the DTIC, Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. When they developed those master plans, they had left out women, youth, and persons with disabilities. So WECONA is assisting them to be able to ensure that all those master plans involve women. So NYDA is responsible for young persons, whether it's young women or young persons with disabilities. So when we look at women, it's WECONA, but you have women with disabilities and you have young women. NYDA is a partner, and the WECONA doesn't, it's not just NYDA, it's NYDA, it's DTIC, and other government departments. So that's how we participate, where we're looking at other governments, as Wasim had said earlier on, that they have to look at the helicopter picture of the entire government in terms of how does it empower young people. But also, he spoke about the sitters, how the sitters facilitate the employment of young persons. He spoke about government-sponsored employment of young people. NYDA raised the issue, but the department met with the Minister of Higher Education, where we requested the Minister of Higher Education to ensure that they sponsor the employment of young people so that young people can be placed with companies who are willing to employ young people but do not have the funds to do that. So sometimes it doesn't necessarily mean that we are working on a program together, but we complement each other. If they raise issues, we're able as the department to meet with those people. But in some of the programs, obviously we'll work together. There's a program now that we're looking at with the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform, was that Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development on soya beans. China once as we approached them with the then Minister Maitengwane Mashaban to say how can they empower women, youth and persons with disabilities in South Africa. And they said to us, we could export 450,000 tons of soya. If South Africa can be able to do that, we can eliminate we can eliminate unemployment or poverty for all women, youth, and persons with disabilities. So obvious that program, we've been discussing it with NYDA, that some of the people who might want to be involved in that farming will need grants. So then NYDA will have to look at how do they assist them with the grants that they have. So we do work together, but it doesn't necessarily mean that if now they are doing this program, we will be involved in that program, maybe using the spade or whatever, but it's how do we complement each other?
Yeah, Tina, we are interested in knowing the detail. You see, you are explaining now to us so that we have a better understanding. And you said it correctly. So to say you were able to to bring in a Department of, is it higher education? Yes. But Nina, a problem in when you set up your targets, you don't put those things in your targets. Sometimes when we say your targets are not smart, we mean such things, because Nina, you should be specific. When you put targets, at least you should be having a target that will say you'll be in this financial year, you are going to be doing 1, 2, 3 with, at least you'll choose whether 9 departments or 4 departments. So that you avoid that thing of writing reports. You set up the target, because the target, if you have written 9 departments, Tina, when we do oversight, we will be able to say, oh, first quarter, they've monitored the Department of Education, sports, arts and culture, and agriculture on the following things. Your targets are clear. So that's why sometimes maybe even when we're analyzing your APP, we're saying, but we don't understand Nina and Nati, we don't understand each other. What is it that we want to see as smart targets from your department vis-a-vis what you have put as targets? And that's why it's easy for us to read, to analyze and critique NYDA, because their targets, you can see what are their targets and what is that they're doing. And we are able to measure a performance quarterly, okay, they've done this, they've done this. It's easy for even any other person to say, okay, they are doing 1, 2, 3. How can you advise them to improve on 1, 2, 3 as a portfolio committee? So I think that's all what we want to hear from you as the department, because end of the term, Nina, you won't be able to write what is it that you have done for young people. And this is what they've done. So Nina, as a department in terms of youth, a branch, there's nothing that you can say the department it's doing, because why? The way you put your targets, your targets are not aligned to your mandate and your core function as a department. That's where we are differing with, we are finding it difficult even to explain what is it that you're doing as a department, and what you were explaining, it's what you want. Yeah, but you are doing something, but it's where is it? And it's good. That's what we want to hear as the portfolio committee. We don't want to see the reports of NYDA. NYDA is coming here, is reporting to us direct, we are fine. The only thing is CGE, NYDA, Nina, you are transferring resources to them. They must go and do what is they supposed to be doing. CGE is doing what is supposed to be doing. Yeah, so they must come to Parliament and account. What is it that they are doing with the money that you have transferred? Yeah, so that's why it's important. But when you do your monitoring, like when you are in the portfolio committee, you can't be responsible for NYDA. They are responsible for their institution. Yeah, they must account with what is it that they've done with the money that you have transferred to them. And Nani, in doing your monitoring, you can't be monitoring NYDA only. We have how many departments in the country? And how many entities? There are many. But we have never set your targets. These are the departments that in this financial year, we are going to monitor what is it that they are doing, and including private sector. So it's not that sometimes when we advise, but these recommendations, it's easy for us to check in terms of our BRRR, what we have recommended to NYDA 2019. Yeah, bias 2019 when they came in here to come, we changed them. Successful chairperson. They were thinking that the chair is hating us or whatever. But because now confusion, which they think they are in the private sector, and we said no, we are using public money. Read National Treasury guidelines. But how do you allocate your money? And and now they are doing okay. We commend them. Because this is how you account for public purse. And you are happy. Because when we criticize you, it's not because we hate you. And now anyone else who reads into NYDA, hey, they're giving their friends and what, because people can read their reports and see what is it that they're doing. So that is what is important to us. But thank you very much for your explanation also, DG. You can continue, Baba.
Okay.
At least I was not present.
Oh, no, thanks, Chair. So I think in terms of our strategic planning process, Chair, we make sure that we, do a landscape exercise where we look at SONA, budget speech, the BRR, Stats SA reports, because they also say a lot about youth, the NDP, well, of course. And we also, have to make sure that we cost our strategic plan. So meaning the budget, because that will guide us in terms of how we should allocate targets where and where in terms of implementation. So, and also the strategy is consulted with DPME, National Treasury, because there are also guidelines that guides us in terms of how we should allocate targets where and how efficient those targets that we have committed should be emphasized. And again, even the department as well, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, our strategic guest consulted with them. And the NYDA also tried to avoid where there is, areas of duplication as far as possible. For example, where another government department, it's doing another work that has to do with youth. The agency has a function where we'll rather partner rather than, go into duplication. And there are also key partners that we identify who can, work with us to implement our strategy cohesively. Targets at the end of the day, or once an APP has been developed and approved by the board, and again with the portfolio committee, with the minister as well, we have an M&E unit that is going to monitor those targets on a quarterly basis and make sure that those reports are reported here, Chair. I think, okay, as still part of the strategic plan and the annual performance plan, our strategic plan, well, is a 5-year, plan where we say in the next 5 years, these are our outcomes, these are the commitments that we want to implement. And well, of course, we cost them. And in fulfilling its legal obligation as the NYDA, we also note that we need to produce and table the strategic plan and APP annually to Parliament. And the strategic 5-year plan should also cover a period of at least 5 years, but yearly we make sure that there is that review process, because at times our targets might need to be revised based on some of the research that we might have done. The annual performance plan also sets out what the NYDA intends doing for the entire year to implement its core mandate. And once the APP has been developed, Chair, every year we make sure that we develop what we call an operational plan, where all the activities per division or per program are going to be outlined to say, program 1, program 2, program 3, these are the activities that are going to be done on a monthly basis to ensure that those targets come at the end of the quarter. We have been following them through. Our APP, and in line with our strategic outcomes and programs, Chair, we have 3 programs. Program 1, which is our administration, and this is mainly, a support program. Program 2, which is program design, development, and deliver. So this is the core program within the NYDA in terms of operations, where your grants and all other, product and services that we offer to young people. Program 3, which is the integrated youth development. I think this is one area that we alluded to earlier on to say, look, we also, collaborate with other government departments out there in terms of the work that they do. But over and above, we also here as an agency of government, from time to time we go back to say, look, can we do some kind of impact studies, research as to that grant program that we've been implementing, how well we've been doing, so that we can, take some lessons and improve as we implement the program. In terms of
when fanele kusitshela ukuthi into yama-vacancies angithi fall out to this program, we have seen that we have improved from 85 vacancies that were not filled, and you are now at 52. When are you intending to fill these vacancies? Are they funded positions or what? Because that's what is important for us. You can't be an institution of young people, but you have 52 vacancies that you must fill. You don't have a choice. You must fill. Young people are not working. And the fact that you have 52 vacancies, one way or the other, you are not somewhere, somehow, you are disservicing young people.
I think Chair, Ms. Duma can just indicate, we advertise vacancies at the start of the financial year. I know a number of vacancies were advertised last week. I think she can just
Last
confirm the
week.
number for us. Yeah, you can see them all on the website, but I think there were close to 25 that went out last week. And there's another set of 25, which we have approached the public sector SETA to assist us to fund those positions there. So those should go out by the end of the first quarter as well. Yeah, but it is covered in the presentation as well, Chair.
That's what we're interested to hear. Because you are a what? An institution that has got interest of young people at heart. So you must not fall in that category where you have vacancies and young people are not working.
Thanks, Chair. Okay, so I think in this slide, Chair, this is what our administration is composed of, which of course is the HR element, the financial services, which has to make sure that the issue of maintaining governance, effectiveness, and efficiency, within HR, the issue of culture of service, performance management, gendered work-life balance strategy, and also an element of communication and ICT as a support function, where we need to make sure that communication strategy for young people, partners, media is being developed and implemented. Continue to digitize, services within the NYDA, as you know, Chair, that in the past financial year, we've even moved our grant program to online services where young people, it's much quicker and faster for young people to access our services, and well, of course, our internal and audit risk. So in terms of the targets, Chair, the first KPI that we committed under administration is number of NYDA, our quarterly management reports that we produced on a quarterly basis. And this is, our usual performance report and a report from internal audit and also the financial management report, which is also a compliance that every quarter we need to produce those reports and account to Parliament. Develop and implement an organizational culture within the NYDA. So we had committed that we want to develop and implement at least 50% of the organizational culture strategy, because that we felt it's very important for us to instill the culture of performance amongst our employees. Develop funds sourced from the public and private sectors to support the youth development programs. So this, we had committed about 250 for the first year, the following year 300 million, the other year 350 million. But this is where we actually work together with our stakeholders. It could be from SETA and also other entities that might want to make a contribution to assist young people in whatever program that we want to implement. Number of SETA partnerships.
Oh, you are doing well in getting donors from private sector. I think in the morning what you were saying as the committee is how best can you assist CGE also with the strategy that you are using. We were saying we were not going to ask you to tell us your strategy because other people may steal your brains and run away with it and go do other things. But how best can we assist the department and the CGE? Because you are able to do it, you are mastering it. Our interest with CGE is that they also deal with cases of gender-based violence, and it will be good and benefiting our victims if they can be able to raise funds on their own, and hire other lawyers to go and represent our women who are sexually assaulted, domestic violence, and so on. So if you can also, Chair and Deputy Chair, organize a meeting with CGE and try and assist. We'll tell them next week because they are coming to learn best practices and strategies that you are using so that they can also improve. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair. So the next KPI is still under administration. It's a number of SITA partnerships to be established. The first year, we had committed about 6 of them. The following year, we'll do about 15, and then the other year, another 15. Number of partnerships signed also with technology companies, because we also felt that young people, would like to, do whatever they do within the digital space. We had committed about 3 partnerships that will sign with technology companies for 2023, 2024. Then the following year we'll do about 4. Then the other year we'll do about 5. We also committing to review and implement our ICT strategic plan. We had committed about 90% achievement. As you can see, Chair, in the past years, we started at 50%. And in the previous financial year, which is 2022, 2023, we had actually implemented about 75%. Also review and implement our communication strategy and marketing strategy, because we feel that, look, the work that we do, we need to communicate and make the young people aware in terms of the work that we do. Produce and approve the NYDA strategic risk register that was also done and approved by our management and the board chair. We also committed a target on percentage preferential procurement spent on enterprises that are youth-owned, 30% youth-owned, 40% women-owned, and 5% persons with disability. We also committed to develop and implement 50% of the organizational culture and strategy. Number of partnerships established with companies listed on the JSE. There's about 10 partnerships that we want to forge partnership with them. The following year we'll do 15, and the other year we'll do about 20. Moving to the core program, Chair, which is the PDDD. The first KPI there is number of youth-owned enterprises supported with financial interventions. We had committed about 2,200 for the first year. And the following year we'll do about 2.5. And the last year, the APP will do about 3,000. Number of youth supported with non-financial business development interventions. This is mainly where we conduct our trainings for young people to capacitate them with knowledge and skills. We committed about 28,000 young people that the NYDA wants to train and support. And the following year we'll do 29,000, and then the other year we'll do about 30,000. Number of jobs created and sustained through supporting entrepreneurs and enterprises. We've committed about 7,000. And the other year we committed about 8, and the last year of the MTF about 9,000. Number of business development support services offered to young people. We've committed about 1.2. The other year it's about 1.5. And then the last year it's about 1.8 young people. Number of young people capacitated with skills to enter the job market. We've committed about 30,000 young people, 2023, 2024. The following year we'll do about 40,000, then the other year is 50,000. Number of young people placed in jobs opportunities. We have committed about 20,000 for 2023, 2024. The other year we'll do 30,000, and then the last year of the MTF will do 40,000. Moving to the sub-program within PDDD, which is the National Youth Service Program, Chair. We had committed about 70,000 for a number of organizations and departments that we're going to lobby to work with us to implement the NYS. It's about 70 for the first year. The following year we'll do about 80, and then the other year we'll do about 90. Number of young people participating in NYS expanded volunteer projects. We had committed about 15,000, and the other year again we'll do 15,000. Then the last year we'll then have an increase of 5,000, which is 20,000, Chair. Number of young people securing paid service opportunities, and number of young people transitioning out of the National Youth Service into other opportunities, and also the number of young people that have completed planned service activities. These are the commitment where we work with the Jobs Fund from the National Treasury, Chair. You can see that even from the year that we're coming from, we had about 50,000, which we've since increased it to 20,000, which we're going to implement in the new year. In terms of young people that are transitioning into other opportunities that are availed, there's about 4,000. And then in terms of young people that have completed, those planned service activities towards the National Youth Service Program, it's about 18,000. Moving to the last program within the APP, Chair, we had committed number of impact program evaluations. So these are your impact studies that we normally do on a quarterly basis to say how far we've been in terms of the programs that we are implementing, what are the challenges, and how can we make improvements. We've committed about 5 of those studies. The other year we'll do 6, then the last year we'll do 7. Develop a research report in the country, because we felt, Chair, that over and above the QLFS, which is the Quota Labor Force report that is produced by by Status A. As the NYDA, we constantly engage with our young people. We need to develop, a research report that will inform us as the entity in terms of the work that government is doing and what are the challenges and where are the areas of improvement and interventions that we can be able to work together and make sure that we improve in that regard. We also committed to produce an annual report on the integrated youth development strategy every year. I think this is also one report, Chair, where we're saying there's quite a number of government departments as a whole, including the private sector and also other role players within the youth space. So we will basically, go into the annual reports and extract in terms of the work, the good work that has been happening for young people, and share with all youth-related stakeholders across the country, including government as a whole, so that we can continue to do more in terms of what it's expected for youth. Number of youth status outlook reports. This is our normal desktop research that we produce on a quarterly basis. Chair, we've committed about 6 for the first year, and the following year we'll also do 6 and the last other year. So, Chair, just to share with you in terms of youth with disabilities, I think even in the previous quarter, Chair, we did report to you that as the NYDA, we also felt that it's very important for us to even develop, a plan as to how are we going to make sure that we bring on board all the young people that are persons with disability, to participate within the programs of NYDA that NYDA is availing. So this plan will also assist in building awareness amongst young persons with disabilities and link them with opportunities that might be available out there and to wider government as a whole. We also dedicated branch training officers in each branch, which they were trained, Chair, so that they are able to engage with them from time to time. As you know, that the issues of disability, it also needs to be taken into consideration, because we also realized that in the past, most of them were not approaching NYDA in terms of services. But to date, Chair, I think you'll see it also in our quarterly report as we submit to you. There's quite a number of young people that have been, approaching the NYDA, and that we have been also going to them, to see how we can assist. I mean, as I speak as well, right now, even in KZN, we've got a partnership there with the Department of Social Development, where some of those young people are absorbed in opportunities programs that they are working in that area or in that province. The NYDA has also created an enabling environment that will promote the full participation of youth with disabilities in all our basket of services that we provide. And inclusion of youth with disabilities, we also, on expanded volunteer projects within the NYS, conduct social campaigns on GBV for youth with disability, make NYDA online services available to persons with disability, and set aside a budget, to upgrade even the facilities for access of youth with disabilities. We have also allocated specific quantitative targets, meaning in our operational plans as well, Chair. I think also even in our APP, we've seen, I think we have committed about 5% that we want to make sure that, persons with disabilities are being supported at large. The NYDA will also continue to make inroads in the disability sector in accordance with our disability plan that we've developed, produce an annual report on partnerships established with disability organizations to promote within the youth development space. I think in the next slide, Chair, this is, you can see there the picture there. These are young people, real, that in KZN, we are partnering with the Department of Social Development, where quite a number of young people have been absorbed in the programs that we are implementing. But not only KZN, even here in the Western Cape, we are actually planning, to create a partnership with the Department of Economic Development and Tourism, which is also in talks with the wholesale and retail sector to participate in learnerships to place about 539 young people in the clothing and textile sector, and some of them will be persons with disability, and about 21% with disability will be part of this program, Chair, which is going to, we are going to make sure that it's going to be implemented in this financial year. Together with Food, Bev, SITA, and accredited service provider, we have been also appointed to train about 150 learners on new venture creation over a period of 12 months in Mpumalanga as well, Chair. And the recruitment of the learners commenced in the third quarter of the previous financial year. The NYDA partnered with KwaZulu-Natal Social Development in Kanyakute district and public service sector to establish a 24-month learnership and recruited 50 young people. This is the program that I spoke about earlier on, Chair. NYS also established partnership with the Blunt SA in Mpumalanga and Special Olympics for the games that were held in the Limpopo province. We also worked with sports, social change that supported on young people with intellectual disabilities through the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative and the National Youth Service Program. We also, planning to do more work with institutions that promote learning for youth with disabilities and access to NYDA, employment opportunities using the NYS as a pathway, Chair. So this slide, Chair, is just to give you a highlight in terms of the persons with disability beneficiaries that we have supported today. But in terms of our plan, Chair, we've even upscaled our targets, which we are going to make sure that they're part of our performance contracts of our senior management and together with our operational plans. You can see there for job preparedness, which is where we prepare young people that do not have skills in terms of, when they're looking for job opportunities out there. There's about 494 life skills. There's about 1,000 sales pitch, triple BEE, BMT, which is business management training, cooperative governance, the grant program. To date, Chair, we can say that there's about 26 persons with disability that have actually been supported through our grant program. NYS, there's about 3,000.
Why are you jumping voucher?
Okay. Oh, I was still going to go. Okay, the voucher, Chair, you can see. Okay. All right. I think in terms of the voucher, Chair, there you can see we're still sitting at 0 because these are vouchers that are normally issued to existing business or startup business, young people that might still want to, start a business. They might approach the NYDA maybe with a small amount for them to be able to, kickstart a particular business. But I think so far we have not yet really, approached by persons with disability in terms of the voucher program. But as part of our plan, we're planning even to, go and engage with them and see how in this program we can assist them. Because to date, they've not approached us. But as we massify, and implement our strategic plan on disability, we'll make sure that we, in this financial year, we get more young people to benefit out of this program.
No, you're doing very well.
Chair, the CFO will present the financial slides.
You are doing very well with regards to young people who are disabled, living with disability. That's also one sector where we wanted to commend you as the portfolio committee. We were concerned about the issue of the voucher, and we hear you. And because it's an undertaking, when you are saying you must go look for young people who are disabled, especially in those disability organizations. You'll find them. It's not easy to find them in the street, but if you go to those organizations that are housing them, in terms of other things that they're doing, you'll find them. But you are doing very well. And you can improve. We know where you are coming from and where you are now, and we are looking forward in you continuously doing what is right. for the young people living with disabilities. Okay. But what we wanted to check with you, are you linking them with sports? Because it's also important. You know, in KZN, there was there's a sports program when we did oversight. I think we were with you, Mus. Yeah, Mr. Ndlela, you were there now, KZN. Yeah, maybe you can benchmark, try to do something. What KZN is doing regarding that program, it's good. We quickly undlela. Sacabanga ubuza deputy chair. Uzabuza ama researchers with what is it that you can do also with persons living with disability in terms of sports. Okay. In fact, before I forget, NYDA charter, is there a new one? Because the last one that I know is the 2019 one. Is there anything, any improvement? NYDA charter? Zonbonis. Anias, but then it's a NYDA. Got into it. Okay, Kubera acting CFO. Does name bring that thing? Crystal, bring that thing so that I can remind them. Acting CFO.
Thank you, Chairperson. We'll be taking you through the financial matters. So once we have had the APP, we then costed the annual targets to ensure that we'll be able to deliver on those targets that have been outlined on the APP. So just to look at the budget methodology, the NY budget process is informed by the medium-term strategic framework, the medium-term expenditure framework, which is aligned or informed by the National Treasury, our 5-year strategic plan, and the annual APP. The budget process is rather follows zero budget budgeting, while we are focusing on those targets that would have been approved to ensure that all of them are funded. Our revenue is derived from mainly 4 sources, being the transfers from the National Treasury through the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. We also have special projects, which includes the funding from the Presidential Youth Employment Stimulus, donor-funded programs, and finance income. In terms of our operating budget, it is designed in respect of ensuring that the NYDA offices at the national and regional office are functional and working for the young people. Our compensation budget is also designed in respect of the current baseline employee cost, the filling of critical vacancies, the utilization of third-party sources to fund the compensation system, as well as the design of performance rewards and recognition system. We also cover the capital budget, which is designed in respect of hardware, software, and infrastructure needs of the agency. Just to take a brief look on the economic outlook. During his budget presentation, the Honorable Minister would have reported the growth in terms of real GDP, and would have noted that there has been a decline or a decrease from what would have been initially projected during the medium-term budget policies statement. So at the time of preparing the budget, the real GDP was sitting at an average of 1.4%, which is way below the rate at which poverty is increasing. And as indicated, to ensure that we improve the higher or a higher GDP, there needs to be a structural change in terms of labor intensity of the growth. But looking at the NYDA in the context of this national budget, the NYDA would have received additional funding for the PYAI project in 2021, 2022. We started with 400 million, and in the previous financial year, we received an additional 200 million, which has currently managed to create more than 50,000 jobs. But obviously the goal, or rather the long-term goal, is to ensure that we create sustainable employment. So for the next financial year, which is 2023-2024, we have a budget of 250 million, which will continue to utilize to implement the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention. We are obviously still being affected by the post-COVID budget cuts, which we are currently still feeling. Our budget is merely moved with a rather 0.3% when we compare to the prior allocation of about 481. And when you look at that 0.3%, it's way below what the current inflation rate is. So we are actually doing our best to work on the work of the young people with what we currently have. And if we can look at the revenue structure, as I have indicated, our revenue is mainly sourced from interest income and donor funding. We also charge a management fee for projects that we're implementing with our partners. That is over and above the allocation that would then receive from the National Treasury. So just to look at the figures which we are presenting there.
Sorry, hold on. Can you explain or elaborate further when you speak about interest income? What do you mean? So that we need to understand. You are referring to interest that you are getting from those who have loaned you or something else. We want to understand that part before you proceed. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of the interest income, which we would have budgeted for 16 million in the 2023-2024, this is interest that is charged on the available cash in the bank. So if you would notice that in the previous financial year and the current year, with the additional allocation that we are receiving for the implementation of the Presidential Youth Employment, we would be receiving an additional 250 million. And how we often structure our quarterly tranche, we would have the biggest tranche coming through in the first quarter of the financial year. That is to ensure that we gain or we receive a higher interest income from the available cash in the bank. So that is what we are referring to there, and we are not issuing loans to young people. So that is mainly coming from the available or positive bank balance that we are anticipating to have.
As the chairs are sending the stage, you might sit there, Chair. You need to take us into confidence, and also in the interest of young people who are watching and have interest in the NYDA, immediately when you receive your allocation, do you put it in the bank so that you gain interest, or you distribute them accordingly to your applications? Because you might have a confusion there. The reason why we said elaborate further and explain what are you referring to, we needed to understand. There's a high possibility of you making more profits than to allocate what is due for young people. But before you proceed, let me allow Sheriff to also get clarity.
Thank you, Chair. It's basically on what you've mentioned. Acting CFO, if you go one slide before this, where the chair, the acting chair in her lovely blue, asked about donor funding income. Just below that is project management fees earned. Can you also give clarity on that? What can we get some clarity on what is meant by project management fees earned? Because it's not that well understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will respond to the first question or expand on the question, on the answer that I would have provided on the question asked by the Chair. So as you would note that our targets on the APP, they have been set up per quarter, and each product, especially on the grants, they would follow different stages of approval. So how we structure or how we plan our financial planning or how we do the cash flow, we prepare our cash flow or cash flow projections to ensure that we're able to meet the needs for that particular quarter and a part of the second quarter. So we don't necessarily request our tranche to keep it in the bank. So while those processes are happening, we are able to earn additional interest. And this interest, it's further channeled back into the programs that we are running in the agency. And then on the second question on the management fees and the partnerships that we have with our donors, in most of them, we would have, we try to negotiate a clause wherein as we implement this project, we would charge a certain fee. Some of them would come at between 2 to 5%, 5 to 6%. Some goes as far as 10%. So for the financial year 2023-2024, you would notice that our donor income has significantly grown. We have secured funding from UIF, and that is actually generating a bit more of our project management fees. And these fees are further put back into the project and also fund some of the resources in terms of human resources that might be required to implement the project. Thank you, Chair. And then still on the committed donor funding, as part of our target, we plan to source funds from public sector, private sector, and the cities. And for the year 2023-2024, we have managed to secure donor funding to the value of 112 million.
Wait, acting CFO, Honorable Nomsa had a follow-up question.
Okay, Chair, my follow-up question was again in the previous slide, where we're talking about the interest, because normally interest, you get it over a couple of months. I just want to find out the 60 million, over how many months did you accumulate that? Because I think it goes back to what the chair was saying, was her concern was that you might be keeping the money in the bank to accumulate the interest. And thereafter, that could actually impact the programs that you need to roll out, as soon as the money comes in. So I just want to find out, like, we're talking about 16 million, was it over a month or is it over a year? Or
If I may come through, Chair. So the interest of 16 million is over the period of the 12 months. So on a monthly basis, we would receive a particular portion. And then when we project that over a period of 12 months, we come to 16 million.
I just want to clarify the issue of interest now. The reason we earn interest is, if you think about your salary comes into your account monthly, and then all of your debit orders go out and you make all of your payments and you maybe put something aside for your savings and whatnot. The reason we earn interest is because our money that comes in doesn't come in monthly, it comes in quarterly. So you are receiving money for the next 3 months. Yeah. So money comes in once a quarter and it goes out month by month by month. Yeah. So the money you're holding for 2 months in advance, that's the money that's earning interest for you in the account. And the reason it's a little bit higher is because the governor of the Reserve Bank has been raising interest rates a lot.
Can I proceed, Chair? Okay, thank you.
Ngibonge Chair, ngibonga ne-presentation, although bengakaqedi, siselana kulo 250 million abawunikezwayo, but siyezwa ukuthi bathi bayimali bayilokhuza ngokwamakota. Umbuzo wami-ke uthi, niyakwazi yini ukuyilandela leyo mali ukuthi njengoba ihambile yaya lapho komasitha njalo isebenze ngendlela inabe kufanele, ifike isebenze ngayo na kubantu abasuke beyidinga, noma inikhipha la kuthi uyosebenza lapho imali kodwa ingayi lapho ufanele khona. Yini la isiqiniseko nizositshela sikhona ukuthi no, siyisile endaweni ethize, yafika endaweni ethize, sayibona iyosebenza, ubani ohamba yalandele to make sure ukuthi le mali iyile kubantu, ngabe iya kwabakhubazekile, ngabe kuya kwi-youth enjani, ama-cooperative njalo, but ubani olandelayo na? Ngoba lana thina sifuna isiqiniseko into ebambekayo, nothi imali iyile endaweni ethize kodwa uthola ukuthi phansi abantu ayizange zifike kubona lo mali. Ngiyabonga Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for the presentation. We hear that you used the money the way you have indicated. Do you ever make a follow-up as to how it was utilized? Was it utilized correctly or wrongly? How do you assure us that it is properly used? Who monitors you when money is being expended? Thank you.
Who monitors the money if the money, it reaches the rightful beneficiaries? That was what Mamkalo was saying.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I think in that respect, there's a number of processes. So first of all, the business development officer who disperses funding would have to compile a report that is submitted to internal monitoring and evaluation. So that reports are monitored on an almost weekly basis to see that funding is going where it's supposed to be going. Yeah. But over and above that, you also have internal audit who on a quarterly basis will do their own independent assessments of whether beneficiaries who we've claimed to have funded are actually being funded. Once a year, we know the Auditor General comes in and they do their own independent assessment, and they come and present the report directly to you guys in respect of whether those funds were used the way they were supposed to. And there's even a fourth layer whereby 12 months or 24 months after we've dispersed funding, we get independent assessors to come in and assess how that business is performing, what we had committed to say, what we'll do in terms of our policies for those types of businesses. Has that actually happened? And they provide us with the report. And then, of course, annually, we also provide the portfolio committee with that report, so you can do your own analysis if funding is going where it's supposed to be going. Thanks, Chair.
Sorry, Chair. Ngemvume yakho Sithando. Ngiyezwa nabo bathembele kumuntu. Umuntu abangenaso isiqiniseko sokuthi lento ayibhalile yenzekile. Mina owami umbuzo uthi, ngoba mina ngeke ngize ngivume ukuthi nenze umsebenzi omuhle, kodwa ngithi ngiphansi on the ground ngisabona abantu lezi zinto ayifiki. I-NYDA yabonakala esebenza khona. Gcina ngokukhuluma lana. Yes, niyaya komasipala njalo njalo. And the auditor nalabo abantu okhuluma ngabo basuke benza ukubhala just banikezeni ni report ukuthi lento le mali isebenzela nalana la. Umbuzo wami uthi nina ke qobo efanele phela nizolana nizopresenta la kuthina, niyaya yini kubantu la suke kuthiwa okay le mali siyithathile sakunzalo wamsebenzi, niyaya kubheka nalabo bantu noma ileyo cooperative noma intoni noma babi NPO ukuthi okay nayi le mali la isebenze khona. If anikwenzi, I can't say ukuthi mina ngizothi muhle umsebenzi wenu engakusho kunina from now, but mangicabanga angiqali kuyisho leyo nto. Funeka nina nenze show mali nile body ukuthi sendi nesendi liyaphuma lihambayo niyalilandela ukuthi liwenzile umsebenzi. I-youth yaphela phansi isize yagcina siyifaka kuyidakamizwa through ukuthi ayikho into eyenzayo, kodwa imali zikhona komasipala, kodwa ziyikubona emakhaya nje ikhulunywa leyo nto. Ngisazobuyela kunina ngiqonda ukuchaza ukuthi okwami ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi mina kuntshele ngi-auditor ngabe i-private ngabe njani, ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi nina leli yabona njengoba ngila eCape Town uma ngithumela imali ekhaya ngifuna ngazi ukuthi yithengeni ngabona nansi indlu yakhiwa nangi ngithi aqasha ugandaganda kwalinywa ngiyabona nakutshaliwe ngoba phela ngeke lo ukhipha imali kodwa ayiboni wena lonto. Into ebhalwe phansi nento oyibona ngamehlo ehlukile. Umbuzo wami ukuthi nina niyayilandela yini na leyo mali oba uzozwa lana ngiyabhala njengoba ngihleli lana ngizoze ngikutshela ukuthi endaweni ethize kunama cooperative abantu abakhubazekile i-youth nje kodwa akaze kufike lutho kuyona. Ngiyabonga angilwi but ibhlungu ngoba i-youth yethu enye ithi agcina sithatha imphefumulo yayo izibulala. Ngiyabonga.
I think the part that Honorable Kaula is asking the NYDA is the part that we as the portfolio committee must do oversight. Because you see, we have a responsibility as a portfolio committee to go to sites where when they come to the portfolio committee, thank you very much, and they give us reports to say they have dispersed so much to how many projects. We must do our part and go to those sites so that we will come back and say, yes, we have received your reports, and the Auditor General has given us an audited report, but an outcome, but we went to the following projects and we asked the beneficiaries, and the beneficiaries are saying, yes, they have received the funds or they did not receive the funds. Yeah, so that at least we try to satisfy ourselves as honorable members, because from their side, Honorable Kaula, they are doing what is required for them to do, and in terms of compliance, they are complying according to what is expected from them. But we, as the portfolio committee, we have our part, that we a role to play in terms of doing our oversight work. And you see, sometimes, honorable members, other people don't tell us that I've started my business with the assistance of the NYDA. You just see them there, a business is flourishing, but the person doesn't tell other people that, in fact, I was assisted by NYDA. It's only at a later stage where you'll see, that's what I usually do. When I read the reports of NYDA and go check in my region and say to the person, so why are you not telling other people that when you were assisted by NYDA? In fact, the critical question that needs to be asked to NYDA is the branding of NYDA. What Mam Kaula is asking you now, in terms of the people, young people who are in remote areas, I think what is lacking, it's branding of your services or of your institution in those remote areas. But see, I think you need to improve from that, because we were in Mpumalanga, Honorable Kaula, we have seen it in remote areas where they are doing very well as NYDA. And in KZN, we have seen some of the projects, and in fact, some of the projects we couldn't reach because we had to go back to the place where the families were of the floods, families were affected, and they were taken out by officials of the municipality. So we couldn't get to the last projects that we intended to visit. But in terms of reaching out to young people in remote areas, that's where you need to improve. It's important. So that question, Honorable Kaula, is answered, is covered. Naye, when Aya, she was sharing with us that she's deployed in Central Karoo, yes. And it's a poverty-stricken area. And it's a semi-desert. And those young people who are residing in those areas, obviously, if there is nothing that they are doing and they don't even know there's NYDA, so we need to, you need to find a way on how do you reach out in such places. Just have a campaign. Go there and yeah, you must find a strategy, a way on how are you going to reach out to remote areas and get young people and understanding their views, because it can't be one size fits all. The provinces are different in terms of their location and the lifestyle. What do you call it? This thing, our fun. Gauteng is not like Northern Cape, not like Eastern Cape. Yeah. So I think just to assist in terms of the question that Mam Kaula was asking you, Guti, I think the best way of dealing with it is how I'm trying to explain to you and to honorable members, Guti, that we have a responsibility and we must not be shy to tell the board members that this is the area that is not covered, it needs your services. We know you are only 7, and you are part-time. Some of you are part-time, Babundlela. And we have about CEO and about acting CFO who are full-time. But you have offices in all provinces. So how best can we ensure that your services reach out to those remote areas? Honorable Carol.
Thanks, Chair. Maybe if it's allowed through you, let's take an opportunity and make a proposals amongst ourselves as members of parliament and them as board members we've got constituencies, Chair. I'll be specific on my constituency. My constituency is in Kutamas in Tumure, where it's a very deep rural area. If they could accept our proposal is that once a month or quarterly, they have a program in different constituencies so that we can strengthen and make awareness to deep rural areas. I'm trying to lobby Karabo because you are from Limpopo, I know. Extremely far, the site of Boma Dumbija, the site of, you name them. Firstly, without even trying to beat around the bush, you have a problem, a serious problem of network. You can't have a network coverage there. When you are there, when you want me the whole day, when I'm at my constituency, I'm unreachable. Therefore, you ask yourself, opportunities that you offer, the good story that we had in Mpumalanga, their website that talks to young people. How do the people of Kutamas in Tumure access that? Because they have a challenge of network. But with your awareness programs, the same as your central Karu, it can be made through our different constituency offices and yourself. But Chair, only if they'll accept the proposal to say, how about we then venture with them and have a program, a solid program. We assist them to reach out different villages across the country. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, in fact, it's a good proposal because we'll be assisting you in any way. Mam Kaula, Central Karu, Honorable Nomsa in the Free State, and now you geographical lokujane in a rural. Mamhlengwa, some parts of KZ and Deep Zululand, ne? You know, and me and you who are in Gauteng, you can drive and what and what. As yeah, so I think it's good that honorable members are saying you can do it. It's doable. Quarterly, those things can be. It's doable. Babundlela, it's doable. Yabo, you have provincial offices. Yabo, some of them they don't need you physically, but your offices, your provincial offices can do it. Can do it. Yabo. I'm saying if they are going to spread in all provinces, there are provincial offices already. Yeah, they can. Actually, we're talking about services and branding of NYDA. As Mam Kaula was saying, they don't know about the NYDA. And I've seen my boards driving in highways. There's nothing at NYDA. Don't you think this is the right time of you having your billboards in the freeways? Is it too much? You don't budget. You don't have budget. Eh? We'll shout at you.
Not you.
Oh. Yeah, it's a right, mostly proposal. We are supporting it, ne?
Yes.
They must come to Soweto. True. And it's big also. Ma'am Kaula.
First number one, angithi ngibonga kuJehova. Osiphe uchair onjengawe. Ngoba uyabona chair, be a member of parliament. Akusuke wena ungazikhethanga kuNkulunkulu okukhethile ukuthi uzosebenzela abantu. Into engibonga first number one ileyo ukuthi ngekhuluma Central Karoo. Yabona nje izolo bekufanele ngibe no meeting no Dr. waka Give of Givers. Because bengigula ngoba mangiye usebenzela la eCentral Karoo ngibuya ngingathandi lutho. Bayahlupheka abantu balapha ya. Ofele uye wena ngokwe deployment yakho mhlawumbe organization ugcina usuconcentrate osizini labo ba ayikho into ebhlungu ukubona umuntu ehlupheke ngalo lahlobo. Ngidlule lapho. Emakhaya ngiyabonga chair nani boza kithi. Emakhaya lento kuthiwa iNYDA yaziwa ingane zami. Futhi omasipala banenkinga chair. Ibona kanye banenkinga nawo ama-province. Because izinto kufanele ayihambise azisise emakhaya abaziyisi. Bajika bakhetha abantu or ibona bafrante ngomuntu othize wabo. Funa lokho ngikubeke cace. If le board ikhona ngijabulela ukuthi khona abantu abasha nochair wakhona umuntu omusha ngiyabona nje siyo muze ngiyamaza ngijwayela ade ngilwa naye. Ngibona ishe umusha kule board. Emakhaya khona amakhosi neinduna namaphoyisa. Mangibala laba bantu kuyaziwa usuku bahlangana nawe. Ke simhlambe emthandeni hlangana ngo1 ngomsombuluko umkhandlu wakhona. No ithula kubona kuze nikwazi la kunomhlaba khona ozothola ukuthi abantu balapha kunoma bavuka ekseni bayophuza utshwala. Bazohamba bayolima niyabasiza ngenani ini ngezinto zokusebenza nikhuluma no agriculture. Lezi zinto esibalayo zonke Eastern Cape kuyahlushekwe Eastern Cape. Wobona ngisho ingane izikole ezifundela kuzona zinodaka. Ubona ama bridge eziwela kona. Eastern Cape nakhona siyababala kulolu hlelo ukuthi sicela ngiyambonga uchair if bethi hlukanani phakathi omunye bashonele to make sure ukuthi ezilalini niyobona amakhosi. Emakhaya kulula intuthuko yakho noba ukho umhlaba enizothenga khona. Ukhuluma nechief nenduna nazi la zinikeza indawo kuyalinywa kwenziwa nje nayo imfula ikhona. Abantu balime bafuye emakhaya kusetshenziswa ukuthi abantu bamnyama sabantu bamaculture. If bezofundisa ukufuya imbuzi inkomo uzobona umsebenzi akekho zokhala ngomsebenzi. Mhlambe even nalaba ababhizi bajabulela lo 350 bazogcina bethi abasenandaba nalo 350. Yabona nje ibuhlungu lento ukuthi lo sihlala la eParliament sikhuluma ngento engenze ngoba leyo kuqashwa. Ngiyayithanda mina leyo ukuthi ukufunda right abantu abafunda kodwa hayi bafundele manje bonke bazohamba beye ema-office ngoba kusho ukuthi awusekho. Abanikeze ama skills balime bafuye bazi ukuze ngiyabonga impumalanga lo wathi inhloko chair akwazi ngikulento kwa water and sanitation man. Saya nathi khona le no agriculture sabona ukuthi lapha yana iyouth yakhona iyasebenza iyalima muhle umsebenzi wakhona abayithatheke nabo laba lento thukusika iphethini bayithathe lento bayispread wonke ama province njoba phela amakhaya njoba ngichaza ikhona umhlaba afana nasemadolobheni. eCentral Karoo okwakhona because abanawo umhlaba and umhlaba wakhona ungathini udry. ngababhekelela mhlambe niyabathatha nibavulela ilokhuzana amafemu mhlambe baya khulume no small business bafunda ukuthunga kodwa while besathola something ukudla phela uyakusebenza ulambile izolo nje che bekunomhlangano befuna ngikhulume no Dr. give us DJ ngizocela nje ngiqhuquzelele bona ukuthi ngoba ngifuna ukuya abaye laba bethena angilethi list sengihambisile list yalabantu abaxakile inkinga manje besizoxoxa ngoba bekade belena eUkraine beyolungisa khona ngiyabobheka lezi idumbe ngaphansi yabona komhlaba so manje ngiqonda ukuchaza kwena che ukuthi ngibonga kwena ukuthi kuleli komiti awuphakeme futhi uyazwelana nosizi labantu lento ebengixoxela into esekhanda lami ngoba ngisho uzoya khona uyazibuza ngizoya khona ngiphethe ufuna ube ne something njengoba ngutshela uma ubanikeza 4 slice wenza ngisho mhlawumbe uzodla 1 slice athi uphathele umndeni wakhe Central Karoo kuyahlushekwa ingane zami
Isikhala inside phela iParliament elinento zokusha kwesinye isikhathi kufanele kubheke emva. Okay, you can continue, acting CFO.
Thank you, Chair. Would further look at the expenditure by program as per the approved APP. So in terms of the administration program, which covers the support functions, including your finance, HR, ICT, and communications, we have set aside budget for 100 million for economic participation or economic development through youth entrepreneurship. We have budgeted 200 million to cater the grants program, the business consultancy services, including the voucher program, the training, which also include your business management trainings, market leakages programs, and aftercare mentorship and support. We have also allocated a budget of 5 million for integrated youth development to ensure coordination and publication of the annual reports on the IYDS for internal and external M&E, as well as impact evaluation reports on the programs that we run in the agency. For decent employment through jobs program, there is a budget of 53 million, which should cover the technical skills programs, which we run in partnerships with our sitters, but also to cater for the capacitation of young people with skills to enter the job market, which include your job preparedness and life skills training. For the National Youth Service Program, we have set aside a budget for 289 million, which is the bulk of that budget is for the revitalization of the youth service and also coordinating the youth National Youth Service sector. There is also a budget for employee cost, which totals to 218 million. We will look at the breakdown of that in the next few slides. We further break down the budget by expenditure per type or economic classification. For administration and overheads, we have allocated 65 million to cater for the rentals, the security, the office utilities, outreach and motor vehicle expenses, building maintenance, and office stationery. For communications and ICT, there is a budget of 37 million. In terms of the ICT side, that will cover our software licenses, hardwares, and other ICT related costs. In terms of the communication, this budget will ensure that we're able to communicate the youth development work that we do in the agency which includes advertising, product brochures, office signages, including your branding, marketing collateral, as well as paid social media costs. There is a budget that has also been set aside for audit fees, which is done by the Office of the Auditor General. We have also allocated budget for risk and legal, HR, which is your staff bursaries and capacity building for staff. There is also budget set up for travel and accommodation, project disbursements, which also include sponsorships, which we have in the agency, as well as your sponsorships such as your Tusano Fund, our Solomon Mahlangu Scholarship Fund, which we support young people with bursaries. There is also a budget for donor funding expenditure, which would have outlined in the previous slides. We have also set up a budget for grants and voucher disbursements to the value of 76 million, which is aligned with the targets that have been outlined in the APP. 250 million is ring-fenced to the Revitalize Youth Service, that PYEI project. We have also budgeted for capital expenditure, which should go into the some of the building maintenance to ensure that there is accessibility for disabled young people to access our offices, but also to acquire working tools for our offices in various branches. When we look at our cost of employment, the NYDA budget obviously is impacted by numerous amounts of factors when it comes to the employee cost. That is subject to a certain amount of elasticity. The salary increases in general must be budgeted to compensate for the cost of living adjustments for those who earn at a graded benchmark in their positions. You would notice, Chair, as I've indicated, that in the previous 3 financial years, we have been impacted by the COVID-19 budget cuts, which has subsequently resulted in salary increases being kept at a maximum average of 5%, with general staff receiving 3 to 3.5%, and senior managers and executives receiving between 0 to 2.5%. For the financial year 2023-2024, the agency has agreed on a salary increase of 6.6% for general staff and 3% for management and executives. This obviously it's against the broader 7.5% for public sector wage agreement and 3.8 recommended of the Independent Commission for the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers. These then make our budget for employee costs to be at around 218 million, which represents around 25% of the total budget, which is below the general norm of 35%. The agency has further reviewed the organizational structure to reduce the salary bill and cater for the overall budget cuts, but also factoring organizational growth. That structure will be presented in the next few slides. So in this slide, we just further break down the employee cost per program, which is aligned to the programs that have been highlighted in the APP. Chair, we have put in, you would have requested that we highlight on the measures that the agency would have taken against the load shedding. We have operations in the 44 centers across the country, and currently we only have about 5 centers that have backup power. However, the team continues to work through load shedding. In cases where there is extended load shedding, operations do get impacted. What we have done, we have conducted an analysis across the centers to determine the impact of the load shedding in the centers. And we have estimated that it would cost us around 6.5 million to procure required backup supply. And obviously, due to financial constraints, we have come up with a strategy to try and implement in a staggered phase to ensure that we source those backup powers. In the interim, we are prioritizing the most vulnerable officers to ensure that we fast track the procurement of the backup power. And we have listed there the officers that we would be procuring backup power in this financial year. There are lists that are coming to an end, and we're in the process of procuring new office spaces. One of the conditions that we have put in our specification document is to request the landlords to ensure that in those buildings, there is backup generators and installation of inventors. In terms of the office accommodation costs for all our head offices across the provinces as well as at head office, we have budgeted a total of 25 million, with head office sitting at 10 million and the region sitting at 14.9 million. In terms of our outreach programs, the NYDA has budgeted a total of 4.4 million, and we have planned around 160 outreach activities, with each activity being costed at an average of 27.5 per activity. And this should be able to cover the cost of exhibitions, the catering, free Wi-Fi, travel, and accommodation. For the year 2023.
In your the cost of outreach programs, you have budgeted resources for your outreach programs. At least what we're talking about, it's catered for. It's not something that is not budgeted for, ne? So your target should be rural areas as priority.
Thank you, Chair. We, as the agency, we do not make use of consultants. Thank you, Chair. I'll hand over to this.
Chair, Ms. Duma will take us through. There's just one slide on human resources. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Just to highlight in terms of the total number of vacancies that we have in the organization, they are sitting at 556, and the field position, there are about 504, and a vacant position, there are 52, but there is recruitment underway. We have reflected there that there is 41 positions that we currently are recruiting. So we can confirm that around April, there were positions that were advertised, with the closing date being 23rd of April. And there are other positions. If you go on our website, there are about 7 positions that are currently active, and the closing date is on the 9th of May. We have uploaded about 8 positions this week, which should be released on Monday on our website for advertisement. So currently the vacancy rate is sitting at 9.4%. And we're projecting it to reduce to 7.9%, considering the recruitment that is underway. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks,
Thank you
Chair.
very much.
I'll just run through the last few slides fairly quickly. I think we would have presented to the committee a revised communication strategy.
Chair, before I forgot, I want to interact with the vacancies. Can I say?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I heard that there are vacancies, which is 52 vacancies. In the program 3, which is integrated, the one who was reporting about the assistant teacher. If I can be assistant, that what skills do they have or do they obtain for 3 months in a school? And the other one is this vacant post. What is the meaning of critical post? Because these are the posts, and what the meaning of specialist post? If you can elaborate on that so that we are all on board that these are the critical posts, these are the specialists, what are the requirements of the specialists? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, if I may. So in terms of the critical positions, we do have a business continuity strategy within the organization. So that assists us to identify positions that are critical for the organization. So those are positions where they will interrupt business if they are not filled. So when we give, when we look at the budget, we give priority to those critical posts. Okay.
I need to go high level, ma.
Yes.
So in example.
Okay. For example, a position of a CFO is one of the critical positions in the organization, because an organization cannot run without a CFO. So those are the positions that we will kind of give priority when we are doing budget. And when you're looking at the funds, we will make sure that they are always filled. And then maybe just to mention, Chair, the other reason that you will find that the vacancy rate is reducing like quite slowly, it will be because maybe some of the positions that we are advertising will be occupied by internal staff through career progression. Maybe it's an administrator who has applied for a position that is at the next level. So while we're filling that post, that administrator position will still remain vacant because it has been occupied by an internal person. I think I'll hand over to CEO to just elaborate further. Thank you.
And it's important for upward mobility and growth, because you can't, for instance, I'm sure even Nani, you do give people bursaries to study. And when a person has qualified and acquired a certain qualification, with some of those will be advertised internally, I'm sure, and others will be advertised externally. Because if, for instance, you fill in all those vacancies, that means those who are at the lower level will remain at the lower level forever. They won't go upward. But the ones that are critical, like the one you made an example with, the CFO one, the organization can't run without a CFO. Obviously, that's why you need to fill. Yeah, so the what Honorable Hlenga was asking you is that maybe you need to share with us within this 52, are they other critical positions that you have advertised?
Yeah, so I think that because we've advertised 44, we would consider 44 to be critical for now. The 8, the difference between the 52 and the 44 is probably not as critical for now. But should funds become available, we will prioritize those positions. It's just a bit of a trade-off between what you can do this year. Sometimes you postpone to the new financial year. Thanks, Chair. So in respect of communications, I know.
A follow-up. Yes, not yet convinced. I asked 3 questions. The other one for the assistant teachers in the school, what do they obtain there? Because they even not at school for the whole year, so that we can say now they know how to mark a register, how to do this. I want that. Secondly, I want the specific.
You get Honorable Lengma's question. Oh, you get it? Okay.
The last one is a specific requirement of a specialist. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Apologies that we didn't respond in full. Ms. Duma will respond to the specialist question, but in respect of the teacher's assistant program, right? So what you find there is that those young people are placed in all 26,000 public schools in South Africa. Yeah, they are assisting with literacy programs. They are assisting teachers with marking programs. They are assisting in the classroom. They are doing learner support. Some of them are involved in maintenance, landscaping, building maintenance at school programs. Of course, we know that these are short-term programs and there has to be transitions. So I know that Microsoft is assisting the Department of Basic Education in digital literacy skills programs for those young people. Many of them are being assisted to obtain their driver's licenses while they are inside that program, so that when they exit, they have something tangible that they can utilize as a skill. But I think what you also find is that many of those young people are going on to fill posts where teacher vacancies do become available. Many of them are unemployed B.Ed graduates as well. So when teaching vacancies become available, many of them are filling those vacancies that do become available from time to time. Not all of them, but a measure of them that do have the skills and qualifications to fill those posts, Chair. Ms. Duma maybe can respond to the difference between a split.
No, Chair.
Chairperson.
Chair, okay.
I'm talking about teacher assistants, of which is just an ordinary standard 10, grade 12. Well, we have already passed in the graduates because we don't absorb a Department of Education don't absorb graduate. I want the skill which these assistant teachers obtain at school within 3 months, the skill. Thank you.
Well,
sorry,
CEO, what she means, Honorable Hleng, is that because of the short term period, it's a 3 months, and in terms of a placement, are the specific skills that we can claim and say these young people with standard 10 have been placed in the school for 3 months, and we can confidently now say when the person exits the program has gained any skill now. Yeah? It's tricky for you. She did it deliberate. She wants you to think, apply your mind, so that you can see that in fact, under normal, it's not. Yeah, well, it's not enough. No person can gain a skill within 3 months. Yeah, well? So there's a need for improvement. Yeah. That's why she kept making a follow-up question to you. That's why I was asking, do you understand her question? Yeah. Okay, you can respond to that. Okay.
Ngibonge ku honorable Hlengwa. Ngibonge Chair ngemvume yakho Chair. Noma ngazi khona la siphambana khona yini. But if usikhuluma ngama school assistants teachers, nami kunombuzo lana engufuna ukwazi ukuthi mawuthi kungenzeka ukuthi masifuna ukuthatha othisha bangaba uthisha lo muntu kambe umuntu ongazange waye esikoleni ofundela i-teaching kungenzeka yini aqashwe kuze akuthiwa afundise ingane na ngoba kufana nonesi unesi uhamba uqeqesha trainwe ukuthi unesi yini efuna kayenze kanjalo njalo udokotela nodokotela. Umbuzo wami ke manje uthi ngoba nanka lama vacancies akhona ezikoleni ukuthi kuqashwe othisha nina nithini ukuthi kuvele kuyothathwa nje ingane zethu lapho kudlalwa ngazo nazo ezingakwazanga kuya ema-university mhlambe ngenxa ukuthi benilokuthiwa kugcwele bese ithathwa lezi ngane kuthiwa izongena la ihole labo 350 nakhona futhi izosebenza labo 3 months seziyaphuma ngene ezinye. Nithini ngalabo thisha ke balezi ngane abaze basuka labo thisha abafundile abanama qualification abaze basuke la eSouth Africa bayothola ikole badlala ama-agent angisho njalo ngithi bedlala ama-agent ayebatholela ikole ku China bayofundisa English khona namanye amazwe befike bashone ngale mase beshonile ugovernment la uthi akazilutho yena ngoba bekade engeyona iphathi yalonto yenzekile mhlambe nayibona lento last year ingane ifele eChina kade zihambiswe ukuthi azuthola umsebenzi lana. Why nina ningakwazi ukuxoxisana no government because nazi ikhala zikhona ezikoleni. Why kungaqashwa laba bantu bangene basebenze na? Why siphi isidingo ukuthi kuzokothathwa ingane lapha phansi lezi ingane ngabe ziyathathwa ifake ema-university ziyaqeqeshwa zibheka ukuthi why zingayanga ngoba nakho bekuthiwa kugcwele yini why zingabe ngenxa yemali yini yayibo lonto. Mina ngiyavuma noma mhlambe ngihluka kancane kodwa umbuzo wami ukuthi niyazi ngeyingane ezisuka la eSouth Africa ezine-teaching ezizofela kwamanye amazwe ey'fela ko-China sezumthwalo manje wabazali bazo fanele balanda idumbu ngale China ithi nje only 7 days mani ngasithatha esidumbu siyasishisa ngikutshela ngento ka-hearsay. Nithini ke nina njengale board emele i-youth enye youth ngisaphinda igcine siyithathe umphefumulo wayo enye igcine ingene kuy'dakamizwa le yaka-teaching ne-assistance ingiphatha kabi. Lama volunteer agcwele yonke indawo volunteer kodwa kuyabonakala ama vacancies akhona nalabo bazohlala lo 3 months bathole lo 350. Ngiyabonga.
Thanks, Chair. I think you said it mouthfully that the question was deliberate in trying to unearth something else, trying to make NYDA as responsible for young people in the country to think outside the box. But then, Chair, it goes back to your first question when we started. How do you then synchronize, measure yourself with the department and what the DG has explained? Or you need to put it forward and put it clear. The work that we are doing, it's proper, but it's not recognized or noticed because it's not put in your strategies or your programs that are coming forth to us and the public. But Chair, I want us to take it in this way. It does not need necessarily a response now, but it needs them next time when they come to say, this is the gap that we've identified. Therefore, as part of us monitoring and evaluation in different departments, different private sectors, this is what we're going to do. Maybe we give them a chance. Does not need you, a CEO, to polish and have a fancy response, no. But it's just to say, let's think outside the box. This is the gap that we have acknowledged, and we're saying it's enough. Our people are not subjected, must not even be subjected to that again. The fact that Mam Hlengwa has raised it within 3 months in any normal circumstances, there's nothing that you gain. It's equals to a grant of 350. Therefore, how will you then approach as an advocate of young people in the country to say, you'll rather put this amount into channeling this part of skills development where you can get even accreditation? I think even currently, those who are assistant teachers, there's no recognition, or they are given a certificate that we don't know. But then what will that certificate do? Because currently, even in the system or in the organogram of educators, you don't have something called assistant teacher permanently. It was just for a process, maybe to make young people during COVID regulation measures. So this is just something that we are saying, let's think outside the box. They might have made an example for assistant teachers, but there are many programs, your EPWP programs that we've been saying and talking about them, or this is just some part of, sometimes it's an exploitation of our own. Therefore, what will be part of your monitoring and evaluation and the collaboration between different stakeholders? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members. We just want to acknowledge that, you know, what Honorable Mamhlengwa raised is indeed a concern, and we are already taking measures in order to address, you know, that gap. For an example, the department is currently conducting an evaluation, working with the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation on evaluating the youth programs in the country so that we can just have evidence-based. The second intervention is that our minister has actually identified new priorities for the department. And one of the key priorities which minister identified is the issue of treating youth unemployment as if it's a national disaster or a pandemic. These past weeks, we've already worked with the NYDA. They have submitted a concept document on youth unemployment, which they presented today. And minister has even instructed that we should compile a cabinet memorandum. So the department, we are currently busy making input into the concept document. We are writing a cabinet memorandum. Our view is that addressing youth unemployment should actually be a government-wide response, working with other different sectors like private sector as well as civil society sector, institutions of higher learning. For an example, earlier on when CEO was presenting, he raised the issue of youth entrepreneurship, supporting young entrepreneurs. But then we can say that our education system, for an example, is not fit for purpose, because we are only training young people now at a very late stage, whereas entrepreneurship should be embedded within the training at an early stage. And that will require us to even lobby our departments, such as Department of Basic Education, as well as Department of Higher Education. The other intervention, for an example, is ensuring that industries identify work opportunities for young people to ameliorate what Umam Mhlengwa just raised, the issue of short-term employment. And that will require also commitment from the private sector. So we are actually looking at broadly all these interventions, including even improving our National Youth Service Program as an intervention. So, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, I'm just going to cap it there, but then I'm sure the department and the NYDA will be coming back and presenting to you what, the plan that we have in place. But I just want to say that this is a problem that we have acknowledged, that there is a problem which requires the entire of government. Our minister already had meetings with the president, and minister is also going to have meetings with the Minister of Defense, for an example, when it comes to NYS. So there is actually an action that is in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. CEO, you wanted to say something?
No, I think it's fine. I think we'll come back and provide a more detailed response then on the skills aspect of the teachers assistance program. Yeah. I just wanted Ms. Duma to respond to Mam Mhlengwa's question about the difference between a specialist and an entry-level position in the organization.
Did you, we are released, it's okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Catholic.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks to Honorable Mhlengwa for raising such an issue. If you speak of school assistant teachers, can a non-trained person become a teacher? There are vacancies in schools. What are you saying if our non-trained youth are employed as teachers? And what about the qualified teachers with degrees who go abroad? They then die overseas, and at the same time, the government doesn't play a role in their death. Why don't you go and talk with the local schools authorities to employ such teachers that are qualified? What are you doing about these issues as NYDA? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I think Dr. Benis tried to cover up on how, as the Department of Women, have they identified the gaps in terms of youth issues regarding specifically for skills development. Okay. And what is the approach and the strategy that they are going to use, because it's evidence-based. The very same program that we're talking about, it tells us that this is not enough. There's a gap. It does not produce desired outcomes. So there is a need to change the strategy. So they will come back and present to the portfolio committee. But thank you very much, honorable members, for raising that. Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Though I think I have been overtaken by events, I wanted to come in on the issue that Mam Mhlengwa has raised. I would wish, Chairperson, that we don't throw away the baby with the bathwater. I'm happy with what the department has said around the issue of conducting a thorough analysis on the program itself, because on one hand, we have an outcry on the issue of youth unemployment. And for me, it should be something as a portfolio committee that we should be appreciating the fact that we do have a greater number of young people who wake up in the morning and go to schools, regardless of the fact that we do understand that there are some loopholes that need to be addressed. Now, we must welcome what Dr. Benis is saying around conducting a thorough evaluation on such programs, so that we know what are the weaknesses in such programs and how do we further strengthen the program. What we should not shy away from, I think, Chairperson, is the fact that such programs are, to a greater extent, offering work opportunities to young people and addressing the issue of youth unemployment in the country. We then should be looking at how then do we further strengthen these programs so that we are able to get a desirable outcome from such programs. But the element of unemployment they are addressing, and the element of saying that young people are some of them with matrics, and some of them are having qualifications and they're seated at home. And these programs are offering, to a certain extent, an opportunity for them to gain some form of work experience. But I'm happy with what Dr. Penis is saying around the evaluation that the department, together with monitoring and evaluation, will be conducting on such youth programs, with an intention to say we need to further strengthen them so that young people are able to come out at the end of such experiences with a tangible work experience and some form of skills and qualifications. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Masiko. Honorable Matenji.
Okay, Chair, I feel like maybe I should also come in on the program specifically because I remember Basic Education brought in the program to assist young people that are struggling with homework. You must remember that our basic education has a dropout rate that is very high. So the intention for this program was to assist the young people to be able to complete their homeworks instead of taking it home, because what would normally happen is that they will go home with homework and not complete the homework. So I think that that program is just what the honorable member just mentioned, is that we have to be careful not to throw, the baby with the, when you throw the bath, because, it has this program's got a very valuable purpose and function with the school. I think what we need to maybe to advocate for is that we need that program to be expanded, not necessarily to say, because there are basically two different programs. So you have the one that is there for homeworks, and at the same time you have vacancies for teachers. So you cannot say that we have to supplement one for the other, because they have different functions altogether within the basic education system. Because one is just for assistance and assisting the teachers, and at the same time, the other one is obviously to have a teacher that will be filling vacancies. So I don't think the intention necessarily is for those who are coming to assist within the classroom to be teachers, because those vacancies might actually at some stage become permanent. I think that's what we have to look for, because of the function of the seriousness of function. Because if you remember, our children now, when they come back with their homework, you as a parent, you're unable to help them, no matter how the type of education that you have, you will struggle. So you can imagine if you have a grandma who's looking after a child, and the child comes back and they don't have homework. So it's not as if this program has to be taken away. It's just to say, how do we extend it? How to ensure that it's become more permanent than really become like just a 3 months program. Thanks.
I think that also empowers Dr. Penis, so that when you look at some of the benefits of the program, this is what Honorable Nomsa is saying. It also assists in terms of other parents who are not able to assist their grandchildren and parents with homeworks. I'm sure, but you need to put it in the right form, because now the way it's structured, it's like abantwana bazaba mistress nabo tishar. So, and thanks for that information. In fact, even myself, I never thought of it like that. Yeah, I thought that, like, in the olden days, where there was a program like that, where a person who was past matric, with good marks, will go to a school and be teaching other children mathematics, especially those who were doing mathematics, whose parents were not able to take them to universities. They will be acting as Konje, what do we call them?
Tutors.
Mara besinababizi kanjalo, besibabiza ukuthini ma? Tutors. No, besingayikho legama laka tutor. Besibabiza ukuthini penis?
I'm a private teacher.
Private, yabona into enjalo nje. Yeah. Bebebizwa kanjalo. So they will go to a school. Yeah, and even in some of the schools they are there, they're being paid by school governing bodies. Yabo? So Nami, I was thinking this program is like that. But listening to what Honorable Nomsa is saying now I can see okay. It's
Yeah.
different.
Chair. Thank you, Doctor. You are a doctor indeed. Because this program, if it is like this Nomsa was talking, Honorable Nomsa was talking, it would be good. Now they are still carrying their bag, going to a kremina njikaya wam. Gogo wenuchisha vzongenzisa. In all schools, even if you can do research in KZN, let me say in KZN, you will find this. But I thought now, as Honorable Nomsa was talking, it's easier for you to cascade this information, the purpose of these assistant teachers. Thank you.
Design it, refine it, and
Sorry, Chef.
Yeah.
Chair. Yabona nje uhlanga honorable Hlengwa. Kunjengobesho. And ingakho bengibhalile lana ukuthi as iboard ka NYDA ngabe yazini ukuthi even yona lemfundo esikhuluma ngayo einganeni iyahluka ngokwama province na. Khona iprovince oyibona ukuthi ile mfundo equality kwamanye uthola ukuthi ayikho. Uyabona nje ingane zami mina beyifunda lana eWestern Cape. Ungathi mayikhuluma ngale uthi ubona umlungu. Kodwa mase zingale ngoba sezingale manje. Lukile kusemuva zize zisho ukuthi egogo seze savelelwa yonke lento sisele emuva. Yes. Ingakho bengithi ezinye izinto futhi mabe kuleli board ezinto bangayilaleli ngokukhuluma bazilandele ukuze sithi mase sikhona obathina siyayenza lento kuthiwa i-oversight. Imfundo yala eWestern Cape mhlambe niyase Free State, niyase KZN, niyase Limpopo, Eastern Cape ayifani. But kodwa sithi ku one South Africa kusekho ukuthi intoni. Enye into bengifuna ukuyibuza lo nto ukuthi ngabe niyakwazi ukuthi imfundo ngokwama province ayifani na? Yabona nje ngiyavumelana mina no Honorable Hlengwa. Bese ngizobuyela kulena ke enye ngizobe sasifuna sasengishaya inqeda. Ngabe niyazi ukuthi kwakhona lana kuma university kunama tavern nedakamizwa eziphakathi. Mina ngomunye ojwayele ukuthintana nabahloli ngithi abathinta amaphoyisa kuyosesho. Ngoba kunama tavern owabona ukuthi akhiwe but amabhoklisto njalo angafanele ngokomthetho ukuthi abeseduze kweingane zesikole. Yinkinga esibhekene nazo kakhulukazi thina abantu abamnyama. Ezinye inkinga ngabe ngiyayithola answer yayo manje angiyitholi. Inkinga esibhekene nazo. Bese ngicina ngalokho kwe-disability kubantu abakhubazekile. Ngiyabonga che wami. Ngiyazi abantu abezingiziswa kahle. Mawuthi waye KZN wabathola ukuthi bakhona abantu abanenkampani khona into engiyithandile kuwena. Lena obuza ukuthi ama sports. Khona umfana lapha okhubazekile eDurban. Gama lakho lindo kuhle abanye angizukubabiza ngoba ngibuzile ukuthi ngakusho ukuthi anankinga. Ngithi mhlambe naye yakhona ngoba wakhele nalama holo nani hambeni ekona niyobona abantu bama flats yabo. Unayo ilokhuzini club labantu abadlala abantu youth ekhubazekile yenza ama sports. hleze ekhala athi unenkinga eyi-1 yokuthi mangabe mhlawumbe babe late akazi uzobabuyisela ngani endlini emnyango to umnyango because ukuthi abalitholi uxhaso sithandwa sami. Inkinga zikhona phansi. Yes, siyabonga ukuthi NYDA iyasebenza. But inkinga ilapha phansi. Thina njengoba senza lento yama-oversight. Yingakho sigcina ungazi ukuthi mase sila siyawubona umsebenzi omuhle. Kodwa futhi uthola ukuthi nge-other side sinakho ukuthi sishaya nina ngoba phambili lapha yana. Abakwenzi lento okufanele ukuthi bayenze. Njoba nitshela ukuthi akhona abantu abadisable abaze bethi njoba ngikhubazekile emqondweni ngifundile am qualified nginama qualification but kodwa ngikwazi even uqasha abanye beze bethi even ema office la kuyaxoxa ukuthi makwakho ama building kufuneka kube nendawo la kuzohamba abantu abakhubazekile mawuthi ufaka ama application ufuna umsebenzi ayikho lento enjengala ukuthi kuzohamba umuntu okhubazekile. Angithi niyabo. Ezinye izinto lezi badabame engifuna ukuthi thina silwe nani siyanithanda. Enye into engithanda ngani youth must make sure nalena ke yale youth yethu eziphuma yofuna i-teaching ngaphandle ithatha ama-agent. Hlalani phansi no Home Affairs. Hlalani phansi no ama-airport. To make sure ukuthi laba bantu abaphumnazi ukuthi ingaki youth ephumile la eSouth Africa iyofuna imisebenzi ngaphandle kambe la iyakhona iphephile yini ngabe mhlambe ihamba nabantu abayishushumbile ngikhuluma ngama case enginawo ingane othola izambela zithi zofunda isabuyi seyithola ukuthi ngale beziyodayisiswa imizimba abanye uthola ukuthi baboshiwe ngale bebengazi kanti bahamba nje bona bodayisiswa ama drugs. Ngiyabonga ingane zami ningakuphendula okunye noma ningekuphendula but makube umphako wenu uthi Home Affairs iminyango leka ema-airport to make sure ukuthi niyasebenzisana ukuthi ingaki youth ephuma ihambayo ethi thola umsebenzi ngaphandle ngoba I'm not think ukuthi uvela phume nje umuntu ahambe aye ngaphandle. Ngiyabonga.
Interpreter nge-speed.
The other records where I copied them from the question that he has written before, but they connect with what she is saying. In terms of education, Honorable Hlengwa has said it all. Have you ever checked as NTA that education taught here is not the same as education taught? Okay. Ma'am?
Ithi abasi NDA when nama usothi NDA social development agents bona by NYDA.
Axolisa. Have you ever checked that education that we have in the Western Cape is not the same as education taught in other provinces as a NYDA? I'm sorry. In terms of concerning the issue of drugs and alcohol, what are you doing to combat youth, to combat the use of drugs and alcohol? Because youth is drinking alcohol and doing drugs every day. Do you ever check where the taverns are located as NYDA? Other taverns are near the schools in our black areas. Concerning
Uthe, in some of the universities, they are taverns. They are selling alcohol, drugs, and everything else. So have they ever visited those universities and just check what is happening inside? That's what Mam Kaula was saying. Nimuzwe wrong you one.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm referring to he has written bengithatha kokudala kade ekubhale before. That's why Bengshil in the beginning, goods, I'm still just referring to them. I'm sorry to mix the issues. For disabled persons, what Mam Kaula had written in Zulu in her book was that there is a person who is disabled in KZN by the name of Lindo Mkhize. He's a disabled young person who has a club and he helps the other disabled persons in sports. He has a problem when they finish late in their practices. When it is dark, he's unable to transport these kids back to their homes. He needs assistance. And if he has a car, he would be able to drive them back to their homes safely. People are poor in his area. Disabled persons are very much talented. Others are highly educated, but nobody takes care of them. Disabled persons are never employed. They have no ramps in places of work, even if they are employed in those areas. The last one that he also wrote before he spoke now was that we have young people who go overseas looking for job opportunities. They die there and it becomes the responsibility of their parents because the government doesn't cater for their burials. And the government doesn't give any assistance. What are you doing as NYDA in such cases? Do you have database for these young people who go abroad for green pastures? What do you do about their safety when traveling? Because human trafficking is at its high rate during these days. Have you ever thought of checking the NYDA? Have you ever thought of speaking to the Home Affairs Department as well as the airport companies to get the stats of people who go abroad to look for the jobs? That is what he wrote before. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. In fact, what she was saying to them, it's important that they also look at that issue of young people who go overseas with an intention of looking for a job or better, greener pastures, but only to find that when they reach those countries, they are being sent to do prostitution and so forth. So it's one of the issues that she's proposing, Ms. Kauda, to NYDA, which maybe there's a need for them to look at that also, working with Home Affairs and Departmental, international relations. That's what, and SAPS and the police. That's what, to summarize what she was saying, that's what Ms. Kauda was saying. Yeah, Noguti, maybe there's a need for also that when they go to those places, it's important that they look at that and have data of those people who go out there, so that someone must also check where they say they are going, the addresses that they write, they are going with someone in this address overseas. Is a legitimate address, or it's just human trafficking? Just to summarize what Ms. Kauda was saying. Yeah, so there's no need to when now we summarize.
Sometimes she queries if you don't say each and every.
Oh, hey, okay, over to you, CEO.
Okay, no thanks, Chair.
We're still proceeding with presentations, or it's time for us to.
No, CEO is presenting the last slide.
Let's allow the presentation to proceed because we still have questions that we noted.
We are going to be noted, my darling.
Okay, thanks, Chair. So I think based on the discussions, we'll then for our next presentation prepare a more detailed presentation on the Teachers Assistance Program as well as immigration and the risks associated with it. Just in terms of our rural development strategy, our intention is to do more outreach work and, of course, incorporating, I think, the very progressive suggestion from Honorable Piri that we work within constituencies of members of parliament and even beyond this committee. I think that's really a good strategy that can enhance our rural development work. Of course, now that we are present in every district, we want to go deeper and ensure that we find presence in every local municipality. And we're looking at the strategies to be able to achieve that. utilizing our outreach vehicles to reach deep-lying rural areas, and partnerships with community radio and community-based organizations. Colleagues saw in Mpumalanga, the community-based organizations already have presence. So you don't necessarily always have to recreate the wheel. Working together with them, you are able to reach young people. Just in terms of now that Freedom Day has passed, the next National Day will be June 16th. You know, in our assessment and our consultations with young people, the manner in which we commemorate Youth Day and Youth Month is through rallies is no longer relevant to young people. Yeah. The one thing that we see young people being responsive to over and over is opportunities that allow them to better their life. Of course, opportunities must be balanced with narrating the historical significance of June 16th. For Youth Day 2023, we want to work on that theme of opportunities. We want to have the largest career and opportunities village for young people, where we have more than 200 exhibitors from public universities, TVET colleges, private sector employers, entrepreneurship awareness activities for young people. And we want to run it throughout the weekend. June 16th is on a Friday. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, young people should feel free to come through and allow them to access live opportunities that allow them to better their lives. In that space, we also want to offer opportunities to young up-and-coming creative artists, poets who can come there and showcase their work. Because when you do a program like this, there's the need for food and beverages, of course, non-alcoholic beverages. So you allow youth-owned enterprises in the food and beverage sector to also have an opportunity to showcase their work. And then to bring sector experts in agriculture, in the creative arts, in digital skills, to run masterclasses for young people, to expose them to new industries and new work. We have reliable confirmation that the host province for June 16th will be the Free State, and we'll be of course, planning going forward. We'll keep honorable members aware, and of course, we are all invited to attend the June 16th program as well. Just to indicate as well, there has been a cabinet reshuffle since the last time we would have engaged the portfolio committee. We've met on 3 occasions with the minister in the presidency, on 1 occasion with the deputy minister. One of the ideas that the minister had was a radio program which could be far-reaching. Of course, the radio is still free to air, so a lot of young people, but the minister wants it to go beyond youth. She wants it to be a radio program that is for youth, women, and persons with disabilities. And we are working on that concept. So it's a really good idea, which we think we can implement. Minister also wants us to look at a partnership with the South African National Defence Force to amplify the work that we are already doing in National Youth Service, but also really drive the skills development agenda for the country, focusing on high priority sectors like the automotive sector, the oceans economy, and the creative arts sector. I think one of the exciting things that's coming up, as colleagues know, South Africa is holding the chairship of BRICS this year. We always have a BRICS Youth Summit. This will be the 9th BRICS Youth Summit. But I think one of the exciting things is that the Department of International Relations and Cooperation is really supporting our idea to have a youth secretariat, right? So if you think about the major things that have come out of BRICS, it's been the New Development Bank, it's been the BRICS Business Council, and those things have really allowed increased amounts of trade, increased collaboration between the countries. So if we were to establish a youth secretariat and to have it housed here in South Africa and adopted during South Africa's chairship, this could unlock a major amount of opportunities for young people in entrepreneurship, in education, in skills development, in research and development. So it's a really nice international relations program for the NYDA to latch onto and for us to push as a South African agenda in the year that we hold chairship. I think maybe just on key priorities of the portfolio committee, the cannabis projects are going well. We intend to launch in the second quarter of this financial year. We're collaborating with the Ingwe TVET College. We're also collaborating with the Small Enterprise Development Agency. In Port St. John's, we know there's been many issues there, especially with the recent floods. We continue to work with the Mayor's office in supporting young people who are distressed in that area, but also increasing our work. We're also working with the Department of Social Development in those programs in Port St. John's. I know, Chair, you'd also asked for a program, I think, in the Northwest. We have dispatched our team. Will provide progress. On the legislative processes, the NYDA bill is now with Parliament. The status of the youth report and the second progress report on the integrated youth development strategy is also ready for presentation. In terms of the BRR, we are aligning to the fourth industrial revolution. As colleagues know, we now have digital systems. The NYDA's online portal, sayouth.mobi. In terms of impact, you'll see our APP reflects that we will continue to do impact evaluation studies. We are working on a program with the metros in respect of addressing homelessness of young people. I know there's quite a considerable amount of work in the Western Cape also in terms of addressing homelessness issues. In terms of market linkages, we are doing more interconnections between market linkages of the youth-owned enterprises, which are supported by ourselves, but also the wider government. In terms of jobs, we have also moved away from just collecting CVs, as the presentation would have reflected. A lot of our work on jobs programs is now focused on the demand side. We spoke about the rural areas, and I think in respect of what colleagues had also reflected on is the aspect of aftercare and mentorship for our beneficiaries. Maybe just two quick beneficiary stories before we wrap up, which I think ties a nice thread to everything we've discussed today. And I think we really appreciate the comments of the portfolio committee. But this is a young person from Sterkspruit. It's an area that Honorable MPT likes. I think it's part of the constituency that he manages. She was an unemployed graduate, which we know is a challenge, right? But she had taken the liberty to go out and explore what avenues existed outside of her qualification. Today, she's running quite a successful piggery. I believe she has about 90 pigs in her herd, and she was funded through a grant from the NYDA. And I think those are the type of, when we speak about the fact that we need to provide support at the lowest possible level for young entrepreneurs, this is what we talk about. And this one I like as well. It's not exactly the Teachers Assistance Program, but it's similar. This is a young man who worked in our National Youth Service Program. His name is Melikaya Mzola. And to the rest of us, is somebody we would consider as unskilled, right? But when we talk to him about his life, he says he grew up around computers, yeah? And he knows software and he knows hardware, but he just didn't have the resources to be able to go to university or to go to college and formalize it, right? And when he worked in the National Youth Service Program, he was working in a public library. He picked up that, you know, there was a lot of issues with checking in and checking out of books, right? So he took the initiative himself, using the skill that he already had, not reflected on paper, to go out and build an application for that public library that they are now utilizing full-time, where they've automated the process of their check-in and check-out of books. And we are assisting him to scale this to all of the libraries across South Africa, all of the public libraries. So yes, I hear honorable members when you say skills development is important, but I don't think there's any young person in South Africa who doesn't have talent and ability. It's about taking them and finding them through opportunities and harnessing that talent and ability and finding them pathways into more sustainable and long-term opportunities. Chairperson, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, CEO. Over to honorable members. Can we note hence Honorable Sharif and Honorable Carol and Honorable Nomsa? Yes, ma.
Yes.
Sorry, Chair, I didn't know you would. Thank you, Chair. First of all, thank you to the NYDA for their presentation. We in this portfolio committee look at 3 different APPs. We do the department, we do the CGE, and then we do the NYDA. Going through the NYDA APP is really good. Your targets are smart. How you, excuse me, look at your objectives and then put in your outputs and specifically link to numbers is very professional. And so I want to commend you on your APP and the format and the layout of your APP. It outshines the department 10-0. If you like me and is into sports or Formula One, you take pole position. If you're into that, it's good to see that you have increased your targets, CEO. It's one thing to always outperform targets, but it's another thing to actually measure accordingly. So I think that's really, really good. I wanted to find out about your targets that have been removed. What are some of the continuity of those targets? Do they just come to an end? Full stop, let's move on to the next one? Or is there some sort of process that enables that work to continue? One thing we picked up as the committee is when you look at your funding target, your funding allocation sourcing target, you have different amounts for different quarters. So you have like 50 million in the one quarter, then you have 250 million in the next quarter, and then you have like another 50 million in the other quarter. How do you monitor moving forward, and why is it separated in such big increments and not necessarily 50 million a quarter, which will make up 200 million moving forward? So how are the targets set up and how will it be achieved? Chair, I'll start with this one, but it's definitely more of a committee recommendation that we spoke about this morning. As the first speaker, I'll mention it, but I'm sure other honorable members will speak on this as well. There's no targets around the board. There's no tracking or assessment, KPIs in order to track governance. So we would then recommend that on a quarterly basis, the board report on the work that they do in provinces, and it must include budget costs as well as expenditure and budget implications. So that's a recommendation to you, Chair and Deputy Chair, in order for us to do oversight, monitor and evaluate the work of the board. Speaking of the board chairperson, I double-checked there's 3 board members that are not here today, and we only received apologies from 2. So maybe the chair can enlighten us where your 3rd board member is and why they felt it's not necessary to provide an apology to the committee. And if they could please take that up. And then I want to say that it's very concerning, Dr. Bernice, when the department tries to piggyback on the work that the NYDA does. And I want to caution the department, you know, if I look at your KPIs, you basically only have 4 KPIs that deal with young people, and most of that is reports generated. And one of that is oversight on the NYDA, which we'll speak about when the department comes to the portfolio to present the APP, but we don't think that that is a smart KPI, because it seems like you want our job as the committee. So we're going to be doing double the work. So you're going to be doing oversight. We're going to be doing oversight. It just doesn't make any sense. I also think that the advocacy done by the NYDA, Wasim, that example you gave us about higher education and the dropout rate, that's the type of work the department should be doing, is in terms of the advocacy of young people and ensuring that young people live in a safe country that has opportunities and economic opportunities.
for them to live better lives. And when the department speaks of advocacy, this is the type of work that they should be doing. It shouldn't have to be the NYDA that has to lobby with DIRCO, international relations, SAPS for the safety of young women traveling abroad. It shouldn't have to be the NYDA that speaks to higher education to look at the dropout rates for young people. That should be the job of the department. The NYDA has their own mandate and their own APP and their own KPIs. And it bothers me, Chair, that the NYDA oftentimes, to me, feels like they're doing work that should actually be done by the department. So I just want to make a note there. In terms of your allocation for the PYEI/NYS, this is the last year, acting CFO, that you'll be getting the transfer of 250 million. Yeah, 250 million. What happens moving forward? Have you looked at it? Have you added it to your projections? Have you included it in your plans? And how will this affect the output by the NYDA, seeing as though this money does come in handy, especially with your interest accumulation and getting money from there? So how will this continue moving forward? Chair, I would like to request from the NYDA a report and or presentation on donor funding. Who they are, what are the SLAs and MOUs, because 112 million is quite a lot of money. And for us to be able to do proper oversight on the expenditure and the income of this money, we're going to need that information. So just a request on who they are, what they do, and what's the collaboration, how do you work together? CEO, unfortunately, I think we get so used to acronyms that's what we use in our reports, like just a whole bunch of list of acronyms, and it made it very difficult for me to assess who these donors are if I can't even read their names because it's just abbreviated. And I think this is a note I made in Mpumalanga when the report was given is, if you're going to be reporting on things, remember the APPs once approved is open and it's available for people to read, to know what departments are doing. And so it has to be easy to understand. And if you continuously use abbreviations, it loses us in the information. And we want to be very careful about that. We need to make sure people understand what the NYDA is doing and who they are. Chair, I remember when you were speaking about branding, how important how important it is for the NYDA to increase their brand and clicks and likes, brand recognition. But at the same time, you need to put signage up at your offices. When we went to Mpumalanga, the first thing I noticed is there's no signage. So how are people going to know that that's an NYDA office or where the NYDA offices are? And I did raise it immediately when I got into the office. So these are sort of things that should also be budgeted for and increased throughout all district or regional offices. It's one thing to have an office. It's great if the office is nice and is looked after infrastructure, but it's another thing if young people don't even know where to find you. So please put up signage in your offices so that young people know where to come when they need assistance. Lastly, Chairperson, I want to commend the work of the NYDA in terms of the numbers they're putting for outreach in terms of beneficiaries. I think the more young people that you can assist, the better. But it's very important to ensure that your range is as far and wide as possible, and not only a few select people are actually benefiting. And I think we spoke about this in Mpumalanga CEO, is how do we ensure that the same people are not getting assisted continuously? How do you make that range bigger, that more young people can assist? I think about that one beneficiary we visited in Mpumalanga, with the amount of money being spent on one person, you can probably assist 5 other young people to better and improve their lives. And oftentimes, young people don't need a lot. They just need a startup because they have the passion, they have the talent, they have hard work ethic in order to make their lives successful. And we just need to assist them in the beginning. So this is just a note that I hope you take forward. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Let me start by appreciating the presentation done by NYDA today. And you know, I'm concerned, Chair, with the board members. Pile was here, I was observing, and she's not in. Maybe she gave you an excuse you've released here privately. But it's a bit concerning. Seated here, they need to present to us as a team, but one by one, it means they've got extra other commitment than us. While we remain, we think they must prioritize. It's a concern. So I want to echo what Honorable Sharif was saying. You know, even the apologies, they were running short. We're supposed to get an indication, or she has other commitment, but I think we're not going to accept that. Chair, you have raised a critical point on the board members, and I think it's important to emphasize how the chair conduct or treat each board members, taking it from the point of a board member who's always on tour. Therefore, it can be a problem amongst themselves, showing that they are not working well together, or the center is not holding. It then gives us a sense that there might be a bit of a problem that we are not aware of, but I'm concerned, Chairperson of the board. Your members, I think they just do as they wish. Maybe it's you who's not holding the center or something else. But Chair, what I can recommend in acquiring Honorable Sharif is we amongst themselves, amongst their boss, better you are back, but being outside for a long time, it's something else. We've got other commitment, Chair. Today seated here, I had to do double dipping. I've got 2 committees and I had to prioritize. But the movement of going out in for a long time, for more than 30 minutes, I counted, she was not in. It's unacceptable. But coming to my point, Chair, is that maybe amongst themselves as board members, they must have Ibels Berat and give each other and have a plan to come and present to us clear target indication of how are they working. We need to have a monitoring tool that Bona, you're going to do it as you are presenting an APP. Chair, I don't know whether do I make sense. They present to us as like they're bringing an APP of the agency to say, this is our work and this is how you're going to monitor us. Clear indications of how they are going to operate amongst themselves across the country. I think that's one thing that is running short. That's why you could see, you know, the good work done by the administration, and we must say it. CEO, you are doing a very good work. Your work speaks for itself, but the board members and yourself, it's something else. We are getting good result of administration, but not what we see on the ground as the board members. And we must tell you. So it's a problem. We only see you going to international trips, but bringing it back as board members, going down to our youth that needs you to share the experience that you got from international trips. We are not seeing that. That's why we're even proposing to have a coalition or to have partnership with you going down to our different PCOs. It might not be us only as members of this committee, but across the country, across members of parliament. Chair, when the CEO was making a remark, has indicated the good story or what they've seen to other countries. If I remember correctly, you spoke about Turkey CEO having young people who are contributing to the economy by having their own businesses rather than what we have in the country for young people to wait to be employed. But then my question, Chair, together with what the DG was saying with the project or with the program of SOYA, how then do you bring it into implementation to young South Africans to try and balance and implement what we are learning from other countries, bring it down to our young people? And that program versus what we are saying, it must be championed by board members. That we are not seeing a program of board members championing and trying to implement what we are telling us. It's a good story, but it's not implementable. We are not seeing it happening in the country. Chair, when you raise your question about how do they work together with department, similarly to the department as led by the doctor in the absence of the DG. There was a program some 2 years back in small business called She Trade, if you still remember, where they will take women. Bona, they could not categorize, but they're saying it's women. And as much as you are responsible for young women in that program, wanted to check your collaboration. How far? What are the good initiatives that you have advocated for young people, in particular young women? And, you know, as much as we've been deliberating and agreeing that there are good things that we are doing, but you don't put them in a point form to show that they are good stories to tell indeed. There are different programs that even the DG has alluded to us. In clustering the WIDA, we said women what, if it's how it was abbreviated together with She Trade, that I think young women can do better. That I think young women who are in the rural areas, who have in rural areas, Umam Mhlengwa just mentioned that you have a lot of land that young people can go and you encourage them to plant different crops or even to start your livestock. Then how do you then collaborate, implement what visas, what you have learned, you at Turkey and other countries to say young people must play a very vital role in creating jobs or in employing themselves rather than to wait to be employed. Chair, specifically in one of the presentation, if I remember well, it was the CEO or the gentleman at the back. They spoke about a regulatory burdens that does not support small businesses. Specifically, what are those regulatory burdens? You know, the reason why I'm questioning it is that how do we then assist you as members of this portfolio so that we must remove the burden that we have identified and try to lobby our colleagues, take it to a National Assembly and debate about it so that we need to take away the obstacles that stops our young people to achieve what they want to achieve, in particular the small business fraternity. We want to understand that part of the regulatory burden. You might have written it, not taking it in a broader way, but it tells us there's a burden. There's an obstacle that we can't climb because of these regulations that stops you to achieve or assist young people in the country. In making your presentation again, you spoke of your 6 values. And amongst those values, Chair, one that is so critical, it's accessibility. And I want to check with yourself when you measure these 6 values, do you see yourself really being accessible? Do you see yourself in those 6? How do you measure it? Are you halfway there, or you are just putting them for us to be, fancy words, or are they in practical? Yes, in some we might see the practicalities, but since we have started on the side, all of members of parliament will agree with you. We were agreeing, we're speaking in one language. Accessibility of your services, it's a problem. But proudly so, it's one of your values. How do you measure yourself? How do you then make a self-intro as the NYDA in terms of your own values? The last part that the CEO has presented, or the BRRR, which is, they were talking about, young people now, as we are in a 4IR generation and all the stuff. We've raised that before. How do we realize the 4IR a revolution while you still have villages that does not have a network coverage? And how will you make it your own baby? What are the strategies in your own programs to make sure each and every corner of the country has access to network, and then realize that 4IR, that you proudly put it here and present to us, while our fellow young South Africans are watching and looking to say, we must advocate, they must advocate as board members. Therefore, you speak about 4IR. A child who's sitting there at the corner of Madombija, a child who's sitting at the corner of Chirwabuseku can't even access, has a problem, a burden of a network. Then how do you interpret that revolution that we are talking about? Chair, I want to end up with their APP target. Maybe they must just explain it. It's me, maybe it's because of English or something else. But when I look at it, your target 3 and 4, does it not look like a duplication of counting the same numbers of your beneficiaries twice? Or what? How must I put it, Chair? I'm even unable to give it an example, but somehow in your target 3 and 4, I feel like there's a target, but maybe when you respond, take me into confidence, or there's no duplication of counting twice your numbers. Maybe I can come back on doing a follow-up, but in your response, make it a point that you clarify the confusion that I have. It might be the issue of language. And the same target, can we be given each service areas on those targets? Can you also provide an allocation provincially for each, so that we understand, when you give a report and make it holistic, we might be happy and be excited to say you are working, while it's only based in one center and the country is too broad. The monitoring tool, I want your attention, CEO. The monitoring tool of your target, what do you use? Can you explain what monitoring tool do you use? How do you monitor this target? As I've already said, you need to give us the demographics of your target, the way you've specifically in your role or your target 3 and 4, how do you then give other departments or monitor other sector department in line with your program 3 and 4? Because you have a role together with the department to monitor other sector department. So I want to understand. As chair, I could understand there are many, but let me land with the access. How will your NYDA access the effectiveness of the market linkages and mentorship program? Chair, let me land here. If other colleagues could not cover what I have, I might be given mercy, but I'm aware of the time. Thanks, Chair.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Carol.
Thank you, Chair, and also, again, thank you for the presentation. I think, you know, the conundrum that you are in is that, you know, when you come across an entity that is doing its work, you sort of automatically sort of want to load them with more work, you know, because you're actually seeing that, you know, they're doing well. I think that's what the problem is today. You know, I just wanted to, I would like to find out, you know, I think the issue of value chain and, you know, the whole entire ecosystem, it basically like depends on all the different departments working together. And that makes it very difficult for you. You know, hear stories of, you know, you hear questions that come from education, you know, education that comes from telecommunication, you hear questions that come from immigration as well, because of, you know, how centered you are. And also, you know, your ability, you know, your problems actually have the, you know, not really like, you know, how you can actually be able to assist with the challenges that we have as a country, specifically the unemployment. But for me, when it comes to the issue of education is that you need graduates, not graduates, and also, you know, those who complete high school to be able to be employable, and therefore you can be able to try to place them or maybe even skill them to be able to go to work, to be able to get employment. But the biggest problem that we have in South Africa is even the TVET colleges, they are not producing the kind of students that can be employable. That is also another challenge for you. Your main role is to ensure that they end up with work, but now sometimes the products that you need to use is just not adequately ready to be utilized, you know, for them to get into the work environment. So I think that's why we're talking about, you know, like training. Where do you come in when it comes to that? You know, capacitating the young people to make sure that they find work. And how can you be able to say, how do you work with the different departments to ensure that they absorb those young people that are looking for work? I think that is also one thing that I think maybe you need to strengthen to make sure that you don't work in silos. I think that's one thing that we've seen many times, that like, you know, entities and departments, they work in silos, therefore no one knows who's doing what. I actually like the idea of the minister coming to you and say, like, you know, you have to work with the military. So that could actually open a lot of opportunities. I think also maybe health can also open a lot of opportunities, not necessarily to say they have to be skilled, because I think we don't have really highly skilled young people, but they can go in there for assistance, especially in hospitals and clinics, and do the same thing that basic education is doing. So I don't know if you are able to, if you can actually be able to collaborate with the different departments and say, how can we be able to assist in absorbing the young people? Because we cannot shy away from the fact that we have 11 million young people that are unemployed. So when you on your side are able to place 60,000 into work, give them work opportunities, but that is basically a drop in the ocean. You won't be able to really, tackle the 11 million that you're talking about. And in order for you to do that, you need to be able to have a good collaboration with the different departments and also, advocate. I know you're saying that you're not supposed to advocate, but I think you can actually be able to have a relationship with the different departments and where you see the need and you can be able to advise. I also would like to find out, when you talk about the over-regulation of business sector, that you say it stifles job creation. What is it specifically like, that does that stifle? Because I think we also need to have an understanding of what is it that prevents you from doing your part. So if you're talking about over-regulation, what are you talking about? And have you tried to find out, how can the government itself be able to alleviate the red tape? I think it could be the red tape that you're talking about, the red tape that is out there. But maybe if you can just maybe tell us as well, so that we have a understanding, and then, as chair, maybe at some stage can be able to talk to the relevant departments that are the ones who are stifling or maybe over-regulating. The other issue that I wanted to ask you, you're saying that you compared South Africa as the middle income, to say the middle income countries that are doing better than South Africa. But interesting enough, you went on to mention Turkey, Mexico, and Brazil. And you're not mentioning the countries that are within the African continent. Why is that? I mean, can you compare how are we doing in terms of unemployment as a country, but based on the African countries? Have you looked at, how we fare? And also, those who are doing well, what is it that they're doing? Have you gone to do any study tour to find out, how are they able to do that? Also, Chair, what is also interesting is that you don't use consultants. I think that is, for me, that is a huge achievement, because many departments utilize consultants. And I'm interested to find out, how are you able to do your work? Because we've been told, I've been in Parliament since 2014, and every time when you ask, why are you using consultants? We've been told that we have to use consultants. We need consultants. How come you are not using consultants? I want to find out. It's a good thing. We don't want consultants because, there's a lot of fees that go towards consultation. I also would like to find out, from your presentation, the slides, I think the slides, let me check. Let me just go to my notes. Slide 47. I don't know if you have it there. The number of organizations and departments lobbied to implement the NYS. If you look at the figures that are given there, the number is increasing, and yet the number of young people that are participating in this NYS expanded volunteer project, they are decreasing. I just want to find out what is the reason for that. And if you look at the next slide, also, I don't think it's this one. Oh yes, the number of young people securing paid service opportunities. You don't have figures for, obviously, for 2020, 2021, 22, you don't have that. But then when it comes to 2024 and 2025 and 2020, you don't have any. What is the reason for that? And also the number of young people transitioning out of the National Youth Service into other opportunities. Okay, that could be a little bit difficult. I don't think, you can be able to respond on that. The number of young people that have completed planned service activities. So I can understand that maybe you cannot preempt that. But what would be the reason for that? Because if you are providing assistance or whatever services, so why can't you just give us a figure of what you sort of could preempt from that? I'm not sure if you're able to do that. Maybe you can assist on that. The other one is, the funding that you get, private funding that you get from donors. You're saying that you believe that you can, be able to raise 50 million on the first quarter, and then 50 million on the second quarter, and I think the other one is 150. It's just that it's not consistent. I don't understand why is it that is different at certain times. What influences that? How were you able to be able to kind of break it and have different figures? Why is not the same? I know maybe donor funding, but it just looks like it's something that you've thought about. Just want to find out why is that. And also Honorable Nazli over there, she asked me if I can ask about your report, your canvas report. If you have that, and maybe if you can provide that to us, the canvas report. I think that's about it, Chair. I might maybe come in for another bite later. Thank you.
Ngibonge Chair. CFO ukhona la ikhulume khona ngendaba yepresentation yelokhuzana ye-youth math. Ngiyabonga. Ethi izoba uthanda ukuthi ise-Bloemfontein into enjalo. Bengibuza nje jasile lapha kuyena ukuthi abakaze bayibone lento ukuthi bexoxisane nominister ukuthi ke sizwe ngelilanga kuthiwa bayowenzela emakhaya. Njengoba lo sikhala ukuthi abantu basemakhaya baselebo emuva kuma-rural areas. Ngoba emakhaya Honorable Peer khona la ngikhave khona ezekhuluma khona nangendaba yama-network. Baseleka emuva abantu basemakhaya banakiwe. And even kunemicimbi akukho lana sesibone khona kuthiwa okay namhlanje siye endaweni ethile ngoba phela nabo bayiphathi yalento yokuthi if kukhulunywa nge-youth month, youth day, nabo babone beyiphathi yakhona. Bese ngibuyela la ku-slide lethu ngibheke ukuthi ubani lo. Ngokubhekelela kwabantu abakhubazekile imisebenzi, isibalo sakhona sincane kakhulu. Bese ngisuka lapho ngiya kulento ye-BBE, i-BBEE. Umbuzo wami uthi ngabe yini noma ninayo i-database eyenza ukuthi laba bantu abakhubazekile abamnyama babe phansi ngalolu hlobo, noma indlela yokuthi niye kubona niyobafundisa ukuthi yini ebalekile ukuthi ba-register amakhampani ukuze nabo bakwazi nabo ukungena babe osomabhizinisi. Ngoba mawubheka lana abantu bakithi abamnyama labasele kakhulu lana ngibuka la kulaba ku-disable ama-beneficiary ukuthi ikhona inkinga la. Ngabe ninoqobo ke ninakhona ukuthi ni-correct ukuthi komasipala bebonke bangaka abantu abamnyama abanamabhizinisi kulaba abakhubazekile. Ake ngime lapho ngiyabonga. Khona lana ngazi ama-voucher yini lawa lana i-voucher program ethi 0 Ezinye zezinto la ifuna ukwazi ukuthi iqonda ukuthini manithi voucher program 0. Ngizocela ukubuza lokho bese ningisiza ke ningibuyela kuleza impendulo zami le yambuza bese ngiyifakile ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Chairperson. The CEO talked about the Youth Month in Bloemfontein. Has he not engaged the minister to take it to remote rural areas? Honorable Piri covered the issue of the network. People in rural areas should be involved also during Youth Month. The issue of disabled people employed, numbers are very low. Triple BEE, do you make awareness to Black people to be placed in employment? And how many disabled persons have businesses according to the municipal program 0? Please give clarity on that. And please respond to my previous questions. Thank you.
Oh, yes, Chair, they did. I think maybe the question should be, you know, the entity was saying that they have to find a way to get, like disabled people to participate and have vouchers. But I think it's not only that. I think the idea of a radio and also more advertising can actually, you know, then make sure that like, you know, people are aware of those kind of vouchers. Because it can be that like they've got vouchers, but no one is using those vouchers. Thanks.
In fact, to add on that, with regards to communication, marketing and branding, for them to reach out, you are correct, Honorable Noms, that they need to utilize the radios or get a slot on SABC or whatever channel, all channels, let me say all channels. For those that are speaking English, you can get one of them and utilize it. But Sisotho, Zulu, yeah, I think try your level best to reach out to many young people who are living with a disability as much as you can. Even those that I said, you can also go to the organizations like the one that Mam Kaula also mentioned, that organization in the KZN. You can also use that one. But also maybe even go to some TVET colleges, universities, where you can find them. You know, I think you would have done justice in terms of reaching out. Don't limit yourselves. Try to do your level best. I think what was left in terms of what you presented is that maybe in the next meeting, you need to draft come to the portfolio committee with a draft, a plan. That plan will be for board members. Just to brief us about your performance linked to the targets that you have quarterly. That's the only way of making other board members to perform, because you'll be having, rather than having, when you're coming to the portfolio committee and we'll ask you one by one, when's on? What are you doing as a board member? At least try to come up with a plan that where you will report on the activities or that you have done so far, Kotali. I think it sounds much better that way. Ne? It's better because I know for the fact that some of you are doing a lot of work, but it's better if they are structured. Which at least quarterly you will be presenting one report, chair and deputy chair, of performance of all your board members. Trying to cover what Honorable Sheriff has asked, I think it's important. Kotali nje, give us that report. You can even request a slot, or when you are coming to the portfolio committee to present your quarterly reports, you just have that report on the site and present it that day. It's still fine with us. But make us aware that as you are coming to report whatever quarter, you'll be presenting your report also, so that at least we find enough time and you are able to present. But so far, you can respond to what honorable members have asked. But my worry is time. Yeah, it's cut money. And I was thinking that maybe if possible, you can write those answers down, finish us with a written response rather than rushing you, because we didn't prepare lunch and members must also go for plenary at 3. And we're apologizing because we thought Nelisa has prepared lunch. So Nelisa didn't prepare lunch. She was saying to me, because she thought we'll be finished at 1, but I was saying to Kashifa, but it's impossible, especially when it's APPs, we take long. So, CEO, you can escape. And never mind, just give us a written report. I'm sure you got all the questions.
Well, the CEO spoke about the sector whereby you'll be, employing many young people. You mentioned something like that. I just want to find out which sector are those, and are they formal or informal? Is that formal, informal employment? And when you say many, I don't understand how many. If you could maybe just give us a figure as well. Thank you.
I've sent you something that I saw in Gauteng, where they are saying they are going to employ 6,000 young people from TVET colleges and so forth. Will be involved in the installing solar panels. I don't know where. Maybe you need to check also, Chairperson, and see how then do you participate in that space? How do you partnership with them as NYDA? Yeah, thank you very much. You have the answer for Honorable Nomsa, the last question.
Yes, it's global business services. So there's a lot of international companies who are investing in setting up call centers, data processing centers here in South Africa. So on the 12th of May, I'll invite you. We've got a recruitment drive for 1,000 young people for, I think it's about 8 international business process outsourcing companies. It's happening at Athlone Stadium here in the Western Cape. I'll through Nelly Swal extend the invite to the portfolio committee. Yeah, we're going to do one every quarter of 1,000 new young people this year.
And yeah, in the Western Cape also, they'll be here in the Western Cape on the 13th also with some community program. So you are free to come and see them there. Yeah, the Western Cape. Yeah. Thank you very much, honorable members. Dr. Penis. we're done with our meeting. The NYDA will respond in writing. And thank you for coming. Keep up. Sorry, I have already given them timeline. They know. Okay, 7 days to respond. Yeah, 7 days. What you are supposed to answer.
So
today,
Chair,
7
ngiyabonga
days.
ngempendulo. Dr. Lo semuva sicela ukuthi azama kasilandelele Western Cape. Kune case nje yenzeke nje kulezi insuku. Indlu izikole zangalezi sewudaka. Dilikile kwacishe kwafa izingane ngaphakathi. Cela uyilandelele leyo nto ngoba ngeke sikumele lana likhona ibhodi ikhombisa ukuthi alikwazi ukubheka into ezenzekalayo kude. Ngiyabonga.
Asibonge ma.
Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape. Okay. Asibongeni kakhulu. Ni fly safe ukubuyela emuva emakhaya. Siyabonga. The meeting is adjourned.